The story always begins in darkness. Imagine yourself standing at the mouth of a cave, the outside world a fading glow behind you, while ahead stretches a corridor of stone that seems endless. The air is cool, heavy with the scent of earth and something ancient, something that has been waiting, untouched, for thousands of years. Your breath echoes, your footsteps carry like distant drums, and the silence between those sounds is so complete it feels alive. There, painted on the walls, etched into rock, or burned into memory, are shapes that challenge everything we think we know about human history. Hands that are not quite human. Faces that are elongated, shadowy, alien. And the question rises in your mind, as it has for explorers, archaeologists, and dreamers for centuries. Who, or what, left these markings? Humanity's relationship with caves is older than civilization itself. Before the first cities were built, before empires rose and fell, our ancestors descended into these stone cathedrals. They lit torches, crushed pigments, and pressed their palms against walls that had never seen the sun. The caves became both shelter and sanctuary, archives of the earliest human thought. Yet, scattered among the familiar scenes of animals and hunts are anomalies, images that do not belong, depictions that resist easy explanation. Beings with oversized eyes, strange proportions, and inhuman auras stare back at us across the abyss of time. They are not random, they are deliberate, and they carry with them a sense of purpose. Caves have always represented more than stone. In myth and legend, they are thresholds, portals between our world and another. Ancient Greeks spoke of caves as entrances to Hades. Mayan priests described cave mouths as gateways to Xibalba, the underworld where gods and demons resided. Indigenous traditions from around the world tell of spirits and beings who dwell in subterranean realms, who teach or torment, who guide or deceive. To enter a cave was never just a step underground. It was to cross a boundary, to place oneself at the mercy of forces both sacred and dangerous. And perhaps, deep within those shadows, humanity encountered something it could neither fully understand nor forget. The markings that inspire so much debate today are often brushed aside by conventional scholars as artistic expression, ritual symbolism, or hallucinations born of shamanic trances. Yet, if that were all, why do the same motifs appear continents apart, across thousands of years, drawn by people who could never have met? Elongated heads in European caves mirror depictions in Australian rock art. Radiant, glowing figures in African caves echo images in the Americas. This strange synchronicity hints at either a shared vision imprinted on the human mind, or a shared encounter with something beyond it. The first explorers who stumbled upon these caves in modern times often described a sense of unease, as if the very walls were watching. They spoke of shapes that seemed to move in the flickering torchlight, of the uncanny feeling that they were not alone, even in chambers sealed for millennia. Some even claimed that the air felt charged, electric, as though the stone itself was alive with memory. It is in this atmosphere that the strange beings come into focus, not simply drawings, but testimonies carved in pigment and stone. Consider this. Humans are storytellers by nature, but our ancestors did not waste precious resources on frivolous art. When they descended into the dangerous, oxygen-thin depths of caves, risking their lives to paint on ceilings and walls, what compelled them? The animals we understand. They were survival, sustenance, ritual. But the beings that do not belong, the ones with glowing halos, strange limbs, or insect-like eyes, what survival function did those serve? Unless they were recording something they truly believed they had seen. This is where the mystery sharpens into controversy. Mainstream archaeology hesitates to suggest that these depictions are anything other than symbolic. To cross into speculation is to risk ridicule. Yet independent researchers, forbidden archaeologists, and those unafraid of the academic gatekeepers point to these figures and ask the questions others will not. Were our ancestors documenting contact with beings from beyond? Were these markings warnings, memories, or perhaps messages meant for us? The suspense deepens when we realize that many of these caves remain sealed, hidden, or off-limits. Authorities restrict access, claiming preservation as the reason. While that is true in part, it also means much of what lies underground is unseen by the public. Only fragments of images and filtered photographs reach us, leaving gaps wide enough for both wonder and doubt. What lies beyond the restricted chambers? What images remain unseen, untranslate, unexplored? The thought alone adds fuel to the suspicion that the full story is not being told. Caves invite us to imagine not just the past, but the unknown. Each painting, each etching, each shadowy figure calls across tens of thousands of years, whispering of encounters that shaped the human psyche. Whether symbolic or literal, they have haunted us, embedding themselves in myth, folklore, and religion. The beings of the caves are not confined to ancient rock. They echo in the gods, spirits, angels, and demons that populate our oldest stories. They blur the line between human imagination and otherworldly intrusion. As we set out on this journey into the heart of forbidden archaeology and hidden history, we carry one promise: the deeper we go, the stranger it becomes. The caves will reveal stories of strange beings across continents, whispers of giants, guardians, and visitors who walked among early humans. We will confront suppressed discoveries, forbidden artifacts, and the chilling possibility that humanity's earliest records are not just art, but testimony. Each section of this exploration will draw us further into the depths, peeling back the layers of silence and secrecy that have covered these mysteries for centuries. So before we take our first step further, pause. Imagine the flicker of firelight on rock walls. Imagine shapes moving where none should move. Imagine the eyes, black, hollow, unblinking, that stare back at you from the painted stone. This is not simply archaeology. This is not simply history. This is the oldest riddle carved into the bones of our species. Strange beings in ancient caves. Who, or what, left these markings? And more importantly, what do they want us to remember? Every great mystery begins with a moment of discovery. Picture the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when Europe was buzzing with curiosity about the deep past. Archaeologists and adventurers were crawling across the landscape, following whispers of strange openings in the earth. They were not equipped with the advanced lighting or safety gear of today. Instead, they carried torches, lanterns, ropes, and sheer nerve. It was in those fragile beams of firelight that humanity's first re-encounters with ancient cave markings began. The experience was never described as neutral. Again and again, these early explorers wrote about awe, dread, and an uncanny sense that they had intruded into a sacred place where the walls themselves held secrets. One of the earliest and most famous of these descents occurred in 1879 in Altamira, Spain. A man named Marcelino Sanz de Sorchuola and his young daughter were exploring a cave on their property when the girl looked up and gasped. There, above them, stretched an enormous painted bison, rendered in red and black pigments. At first, the discovery was ridiculed by the scientific establishment. Experts declared it a forgery, a hoax too sophisticated for prehistoric people to have created. But in time, as more caves revealed equally astonishing art, the truth could no longer be denied. Long before written language, long before pyramids or temples, humanity had descended into darkness to leave behind messages in stone. Yet, as we examine those messages today, the strangest among them remain. Unexplained. The sensation of those first discoveries is easy to imagine. A flickering light would cast shadows that seemed to make the painted beings move. The chambers would echo with every sound, making explorers feel as though the caves themselves were breathing. When confronted with images that looked nothing like familiar animals, figures with distorted proportions, strange limbs, or haunting eyes, how could these early explorers not feel the weight of the unknown pressing in on them? They did not have centuries of scholarly interpretation to lean on. What they saw, they felt directly, as if touching the very mind of ancient humanity, or perhaps something older than humanity itself. From France to Spain, Italy to Eastern Europe, reports trickled in of discoveries that grew stranger and stranger. Some caves revealed herds of animals painted with breathtaking realism, clearly tied to hunting magic or ritual. But in chamber after chamber, other images emerged, beings with unusual head shapes, figures merging with animals, and even shapes that seemed abstract, geometric, or cosmic in nature. These were not just art, they were puzzles left behind in silence. And the silence was deafening. Imagine stumbling upon a figure in torchlight that looks less like a deer and more like a humanoid with massive eyes. Imagine the way your skin would crawl, the way your rational mind would struggle to comprehend what lay before you. For the explorers of the 19th and early 20th centuries, these discoveries were not simply academic, they were existential. In some cases, locals treated caves with suspicion, believing them to be haunted or cursed. Folklore often warned against entering deep places in the earth, as though the people who lived nearby instinctively knew they were crossing into forbidden territory. This superstition only deepened the aura of mystery surrounding the first descents. Explorers were not merely uncovering remnants of the past, they were trespassing into an underworld that still felt alive. As word of these discoveries spread, the public was captivated. Newspaper articles described prehistoric art galleries, hidden beneath the ground. The imagery of strange beings hidden in caves fired the imagination of an age that was already fascinated by lost civilizations and hidden histories. Yet behind the excitement was unease. If humanity's earliest ancestors painted such things, what did it mean? Were they chronicling myths, hallucinations, or actual encounters with entities that no longer walk the surface of the earth? The very act of descending into these caves is symbolic. To go down into the earth is to journey into the subconscious, into realms where fear and wonder coexist. Psychologists like Carl Jung would later point out that caves represent the hidden mind, the collective unconscious, the buried truths we do not want to face. But what if those truths are not just metaphorical? What if the beings painted on the walls were not symbols at all, but direct memories, passed down across millennia? The explorers who saw them for the first time in modern history could not dismiss the eerie sensation that these walls were alive with presence. Even today, archaeologists and tourists describe the same feeling when entering painted caves. The shift in atmosphere is palpable. Time seems to slow, and the sense of being observed grows stronger with each step. There is something primal about standing in the same chamber where, tens of thousands of years ago, someone pressed pigment into stone by firelight. And when those images depict beings that do not fit into the natural world, the imagination cannot help but leap to possibilities beyond the ordinary. Could these be our ancestors' attempts to record visitors from another realm, be it spiritual, interdimensional, or extraterrestrial? What makes this more compelling is the sheer effort required to create cave art. Many of the chambers are located deep within labyrinths, where oxygen levels drop and total darkness reigns. Carrying torches, mixing pigments, scaffolding ceilings, and painstakingly creating intricate works of art was no casual pastime. Why would people risk their lives to paint where no sunlight could ever reach? The animals, perhaps, were part of ritual hunts. But the strange beings? They cannot be explained away so easily. These figures seem to belong to a different category, as though they were sacred encounters too important to be forgotten. The first explorers may not have understood what they were seeing, but their awe was genuine. They knew they were standing in the presence of something ancient and profound, something that had waited in darkness for them to arrive. The descent into those caves was more than an archaeological mission. It was a return to humanity's deepest roots and to the mysteries we have carried with us since the dawn of time. This is the essence of the first ascent, a journey into darkness where the familiar world falls away, and we are left alone with the strange beings who stare back at us from the walls. It is a reminder that, long before modern science, long before organized religion, there were stories carved into stone that hinted at encounters too powerful to erase. And as we follow in the footsteps of those early explorers, the question remains, did our ancestors descend into caves merely to paint their imaginations, or did they leave us warnings of a reality we have chosen to forget? For as long as humans have spoken, they have told stories of hidden realms that lie just beyond the surface of our world. Mountains, rivers, and skies often play their roles, but it is the cave, dark, mysterious, and alive with echoes, that consistently emerges as a universal symbol of passage. To step into a cave has never been a neutral act. Across cultures, entering those depths meant crossing a boundary, leaving behind the ordinary and stepping into the extraordinary. For ancient peoples, caves were not just shelters or storage spaces. They were portals, gateways to the underworld, thresholds to the afterlife, and in some cases, doorways to worlds beyond comprehension. The Greeks, whose mythology has shaped so much of Western thought, saw caves as direct entrances to Hades. The most famous of these was the cave at Teneron in the southern Peloponnese, considered one of the gates to the land of the dead. Pilgrims and supplicants traveled there in fear, believing that through its shadowed corridors one could hear the voices of the departed or even catch glimpses of spirits waiting to cross. Other myths place the Oracle of Delphi in a cave where vapors rose from the earth, giving the priestess visions of gods and fates yet unwritten. The cave was not just a hole in the ground, it was a channel, a place where divine power leaked into the mortal world. Half a world away, the Maya of Mesoamerica carried similar beliefs. They spoke of Xibalba, the underworld of trials and gods, whose entrances were marked by caves. Archaeologists have uncovered sacred caves filled with offerings, ceramics, blades, even human remains, suggesting that the Maya saw these chambers as places of direct communication with powerful entities. The act of entering a cave was not a casual exploration but a ritual, a deliberate attempt to pass between realms. For them, caves were mouths of the earth, alive and hungry, demanding respect and sacrifice in exchange for contact with the unseen. In indigenous traditions of North America, the symbolism is just as profound. The Hopi people tell of the Ant people, mysterious beings who lived underground and once sheltered humanity during cataclysmic events on the surface. According to these stories, it was through caves and subterranean passages that the ant people guided humans into safety and later returned them to the surface when the danger had passed. Here, the cave is not only a place of death and descent but also of survival and rebirth. It becomes the womb of the earth itself, a chamber of transformation where life is preserved during times of chaos. Across Africa, caves are often spoken of as sacred spaces inhabited by spirits. In southern Africa, the Sand People painted beings within caves that seemed half human, half spirit, suggesting that these places were sites of vision and transformation. Shamans entered caves not just physically but spiritually, journeying through the rock to other dimensions. The belief was that the walls themselves could thin, becoming veils through which one could step into worlds invisible to ordinary eyes. In this sense, the markings left behind are not only art but records of passage, snapshots of what was encountered on the other side. Asia, too, is filled with examples of caves functioning as sacred portals. In India, caves were often chosen as sites for meditation and ritual because they were thought to connect to the cosmic womb. The Ajanta caves, adorned with paintings of celestial beings and gods, echo with this symbolism. In China, Taoist traditions speak of grotto heavens, mystical caves that were entrances to paradises hidden within mountains. These places were not imagined as separate from reality but layered over it, realms that could be accessed if one knew where to look and how to enter. When we consider this vast tapestry of beliefs, one truth becomes clear. Across continents and cultures, caves were never seen as empty voids. They were alive, inhabited, and charged with meaning. The act of stepping into a cave was universally linked to transformation, danger, and contact with the unknown. This consistency raises a chilling possibility. What if humanity's shared myths of caves as portals are not metaphor but memory? What if, in the depths, our ancestors encountered entities so profoundly different that they could only be described as gods, spirits, or beings from another world? The strange markings we find on cave walls align with this idea. Spirals, grids, and star-like patterns could be seen as maps, not of physical terrain, but of journeys into other realms. The humanoid figures with radiant halos or distorted features may not be imaginative inventions but depictions of those encountered when crossing thresholds. In myth, those who entered caves rarely returned unchanged. Some brought back wisdom, some madness, and others never returned at all. The same sense of danger hangs over the painted chambers, as if the beings within were warnings as much as records. Modern researchers sometimes suggest that caves induced altered states of consciousness. Deprivation of light, the echoing acoustics, the hypnotic flicker of flame, all could shift the mind into trance-like visions. Shamans may have entered these states deliberately, encountering beings that their cultures then remembered in story and symbol. But this explanation does not erase the central mystery. If hallucinations alone were the answer, why do the beings look so similar across thousands of miles and thousands of years? Why do so many traditions agree that caves are not simply psychological tools but literal gateways? It is possible that the caves acted as both a natural technology for shifting perception and a physical place where contact could occur. Perhaps the boundaries of reality are thinner underground, in those pressure-laden chambers where the earth itself seems to breathe. Perhaps caves are liminal zones, where humans are vulnerable and something else can reach across. Whether that something is divine, alien, or interdimensional remains an open question, but the universality of the portal belief cannot be dismissed. Imagine the scene: a shaman or priest, torch in hand, leading followers deep into the earth. They chant, the sound bouncing off stone, multiplying until it seems like voices from another world are answering. The air grows heavy, time bends, and then, shadows move that are not their own. In that moment, the cave is no longer just a chamber of rock. It is a gateway, and those who pass through do not return the same. The idea of caves as portals between worlds has haunted us since prehistory. It lingers in myths, in religions, in the markings left on stone walls that survive to this day. Whether symbolic or literal, they embody humanity's oldest suspicion, that reality is not complete, that behind the veil of the everyday lies another world, and that in the caves, the door sometimes opens. When we peel back the layers of time and look into the very first language humanity ever wrote, we find not words, not alphabets, but handprints. Across the globe, in caves stretching from Europe to Asia, from the Americas to Australia, walls are decorated with the silhouettes of human hands. Sometimes they are painted in red ochre, other times in black, white, or yellow, but the pattern is unmistakable. Our ancestors pressed their palms to the stone and blew pigment around them, leaving behind ghostly outlines. These marks are among the earliest attempts of human beings to say, "I was here." But what if they meant more than that? What if those handprints were not just signatures but messages, signs that speak of presence, ritual, or encounters beyond the ordinary? The caves of El Castillo in Spain hold one of the oldest known examples. A series of stenciled hands, some over 40,000 years old, stretch across its walls. These markings predate the great civilizations, predate agriculture, even predate much of what we think of as human culture. And yet, they speak to us across an unimaginable gulf of time. Looking at them, it is hard not to feel the eerie sensation that someone is reaching out to us, that those ancient individuals pressed their palms against the stone so that, tens of thousands of years later, we would know they existed. But alongside this sense of continuity is a strange anomaly. Not all of the handprints look human. Some of the stencils appear to have unusually long fingers or missing digits. Others seem distorted, with shapes that defy natural anatomy. In certain caves, the hands are so small they appear childlike, yet positioned in places that would have been nearly impossible for children to reach. Scholars often explain these anomalies as the result of artistic stylization or deformities, but forbidden archaeology raises another possibility. Are we looking at hands that belonged not to humans, but to something else? Were our ancestors recording the presence of beings whose anatomy was different, beings who left their own mark alongside ours? Beyond the handprints, shadows of figures loom. In Chauvet Cave, France, dating back more than 30,000 years, we find not just animals but hybrid beings. One figure, part man and part bison, stands out as a mystery. Was it a shaman wearing a mask, caught mid-transformation during a vision? Or was it a depiction of an encounter with a creature that straddled the line between human and non-human? This theme, shadowy figures that do not fit neatly into the world of natural animals, recurs in caves worldwide. They suggest that early artists were not merely drawing what they hunted, but what they feared, worshipped, or experienced in altered states of consciousness. Consider also the negative hand motif, where pigment is blown around the hand to leave an outline. This act of marking is powerful. It turns the absence of the hand into a presence. In a way, the shadow of the hand becomes more than the hand itself. To modern eyes, these look haunting, as if ghostly beings pressed themselves against the rock. Could this have been a ritual of connection, a way of bridging two realms, the living human and the stone world of spirits? Or were these markings part of a pact, a way of communicating with beings that dwelled in the caves? In South America, particularly in Argentina's Cueva de las Manos, Cave of the Hands, hundreds of stenciled handprints decorate the walls. They create a dizzying impression, an overwhelming sea of human presence layered across generations. But again, among them, there are oddities: hands with 6 fingers, hands unusually elongated, and hands positioned in unnatural angles. Mainstream archaeology often dismisses these anomalies as coincidences or imperfections. Yet, when such anomalies appear repeatedly across different continents, the coincidence explanation starts to feel thin. Were our ancestors deliberately recording beings with unusual hands? Handprints are not the only primitive markings. Dot patterns, spirals, grids, and strange abstract designs accompany them in many caves. Scholars debate their meaning. Were they early forms of symbolic language, representations of constellations, or visual echoes of trance states? Yet, some of these shapes bear a striking resemblance to universal symbols found in later civilizations: sacred spirals, cosmic wheels, and grids that resemble star charts. If these were merely products of hallucinations, why would the same shapes appear in cultures separated by oceans and tens of thousands of years? Perhaps the first markings were not random at all, but deliberate codes meant to preserve knowledge of encounters or experiences with forces outside the ordinary. One of the most chilling aspects of these early markings is how they blur the line between art and presence. When you stand in a cave and see those handprints, it feels less like looking at a painting and more like standing in the same space as someone who is still there. Their presence lingers, imprinted on the wall. Now imagine if some of those prints were not human. What would that mean? It would suggest that our ancestors were not alone in those caves. They were accompanied, guided, or haunted by beings who shared the space with them. The shadows extend further when we consider the possibility that many markings were created during rituals. Shamans entering altered states of consciousness might have seen visions of beings who pressed their own hands into reality. Perhaps the shaman, in their trance, believed they were channeling those beings through their own hands, leaving behind more than human prints. Alternatively, perhaps the beings themselves were physically present, marking the stone alongside humans as a sign of contact. What makes this idea compelling is the universal nature of the imagery. From Europe to Asia to the Americas, the motif of hands, strange figures, and shadow beings repeats. These markings form a kind of prehistoric chorus, whispering the same story from different corners of the world. A story of presence, of otherness, and of encounters too profound to be forgotten. The first markings, those ghostly handprints and shadowy figures, are more than art. They are the earliest record of humanity's search for meaning in the dark. They mark the boundary between human and non-human, between the living and the spectral, between what we know and what we fear. They are warnings and invitations, saying both we were here and something else was here too. To look at them is to feel the echo of ancient eyes staring back through time, eyes that saw not only animals and landscapes but beings whose existence still haunts us. As we move deeper into the record of cave markings, the strangeness only intensifies. From handprints that seem not quite human to hybrid creatures that blur categories, these first signs set the stage for everything that follows. The caves are speaking, but the language is shadow and pigment, silence and echo. The question remains, were these markings simply the imagination of our ancestors, or the first testimonies of encounters with beings we have yet to fully understand? When we picture prehistoric cave art, the first images that come to mind are familiar: herds of bison, galloping horses, the elegant curves of mammoths, or the outlines of stags and boars. These are images that fit neatly into the survival stories of our ancestors, animals that could be hunted, revered, or feared. But scattered among these scenes are figures that do not belong. They are not deer, not cattle, not predators. They are humanoid, and yet not entirely human. These are the strange beings hidden within the caves, beings that shouldn't be there at all. In the French caves of Lascaux, celebrated for their breathtaking depictions of animals, a peculiar figure lurks, known as the shaft scene. It shows a man-like form with a bird's head lying beside a wounded bison. Scholars debate its meaning. Some say it's a shaman in trance, others that it represents myth. But its presence is startling. Surrounded by animals depicted with naturalistic skill, this figure looks alien, almost cartoonish, as though it doesn't belong in the same artistic world. Why did our ancestors feel compelled to paint such an anomaly? Was it a symbol of death, transformation, or perhaps a literal encounter with something otherworldly? Chauvet Cave, one of the crown jewels of prehistoric art, contains similar mysteries. Amid the herds of lions and rhinoceroses, there are distorted figures, part human, part beast. One of the most famous is the Lion Man, a fusion of predator and person. Archaeologists often interpret these hybrids as symbolic, representing spiritual power or the shamanic belief in transformation. Yet the uncanny detail with which they are drawn suggests something more than imagination. If they were purely symbolic, why did different cultures, separated by oceans and millennia, record almost identical beings? Hybrid creatures appear in European caves, African rock shelters, and Australian Aboriginal art. This points to a pattern far deeper than isolated visions. The mystery deepens when we examine depictions of figures with elongated skulls. In several European sites, stylized humanoid heads appear stretched, their craniums unnaturally large. At first glance, these might be dismissed as distortions or artistic liberties. Yet, across the world, we find cultures practicing cranial elongation, binding the skulls of infants to create tall, conical heads. From the Paracas culture of Peru to tribes in Africa and even ancient Eurasia, the practice is astonishingly widespread. Could this be imitation? Were humans attempting to mimic beings with naturally elongated skulls, beings they remembered from encounters in the distant past? The caves also give us figures with enormous, exaggerated eyes. In some African and Australian examples, humanoid shapes stare out with wide, dark orbs that dominate their faces. They look unsettlingly similar to modern depictions of grey aliens, the beings reported in UFO encounters and abduction stories. The resemblance is uncanny enough to raise uncomfortable questions. Are these eyes simply an artistic exaggeration? Or could it be that humans have been encountering, and recording, the same type of beings for tens of thousands of years? Some researchers argue that these strange beings may represent gods, ancestors, or spirits seen in altered states of consciousness. Shamans entering caves in ritual might have experienced visions induced by flickering light, sound, and hallucinogens. Yet, again, the consistency of these figures across cultures and epochs suggests something more. Visions are often personal, chaotic, and diverse, but the beings in caves share recognizable traits: elongated heads, oversized eyes, hybrid features. It is as though humanity, at its earliest stages, was being visited, or at the very least perceiving, the same archetypal forms repeatedly. Even more unsettling are the proportions of some of these figures. In caves from Europe to the Americas, humanoid shapes with abnormally long limbs, spindly fingers, and towering postures appear. Legends of giants often connect with these depictions. Native American oral traditions, for example, speak of colossal beings who lived in caves and were both feared and revered. If such stories have roots in real encounters, the cave markings may be among the earliest visual records of these forgotten presences. One chilling account comes from the cave art of the Kimberley region in Australia. The Wandjina figures, painted in striking white with large round heads and hollow, staring eyes, stand in stark contrast to the more naturalistic depictions of animals. Aboriginal elders describe these beings as sky visitors, powerful entities who came down to earth and taught humanity essential skills. According to the stories, they, Wandjina, retreated into the rock, becoming one with the cave walls. To this day, they are repainted and honoured as living presences. The similarity between Wandjina and some of the strange cave figures elsewhere in the world raises an obvious question. Did ancient humans everywhere encounter variations of the same mysterious beings? Mainstream archaeology hesitates to leap into such speculation. Official interpretations often categorize these anomalies as mythic representations, fertility symbols, or shamanic hallucinations. While these explanations provide safe ground, they fail to address why so many disparate cultures converged on the same motifs. Why bird-headed men? Why elongated skulls? Why enormous eyes? Why hybrid beings merging human and animal forms? These are not random doodles. They are consistent themes repeated across space and time, preserved in pigment for us to question millennia later. The cave environment itself amplifies the mystery. Descending into pitch darkness, surrounded by echoing stone and strange acoustics, it is easy to imagine how an encounter with something non-human would be seared into memory. If strange beings were ever to reveal themselves to our ancestors, the caves, liminal, hidden, charged with energy, would have been the perfect stage. Perhaps the beings were guardians of these places, perhaps they emerged from underground worlds, or perhaps they came from the sky but chose to dwell in shadow. Whatever the case, the images left behind are not easily dismissed. Standing in front of these strange beings today, we are struck by a paradox. They are undeniably ancient, undeniably human in execution, yet at the same time they speak of something beyond humanity. They should not be there, among the animals and handprints, yet they persist, silent witnesses painted into the walls of time. And when we see their distorted heads, their enormous eyes, their hybrid bodies, we are left with a disturbing possibility. Maybe our ancestors were not alone in the caves. Maybe they were trying to tell us that someone, or something, was there with them. The beings that shouldn't be there force us to rethink the entire purpose of cave art. Were these early humans simply decorating their shelters, or were they documenting encounters, preserving evidence, and warning future generations? If so, then the caves are not just galleries of art, they are archives of contact, libraries of meetings with beings whose presence continues to haunt us. There is a side to archaeology that the public rarely hears about. Official textbooks and museum displays give us the impression that history is a clean, orderly progression. Primitive humans evolved slowly, developed tools, created art, then gradually advanced toward civilization. But beneath this tidy narrative lies a hidden layer of discoveries, artifacts, bones, and carvings that do not fit the accepted timeline. These anomalies are often ignored, dismissed, or buried away. They form the foundation of what some call forbidden archaeology, the exploration of evidence that mainstream science chooses to leave in the dark. And when we connect these forbidden finds to the mysterious beings in ancient caves, an unsettling picture emerges. Take, for instance, the infamous Nampa figurine, discovered in Idaho in the late 19th century. During a well drilling operation, workers pulled up a small clay figure of a human-like woman from a depth of over 300 feet. The sediment layers suggested the object could be hundreds of thousands of years old, far older than any accepted civilization in North America. If the dating was correct, it meant advanced humans, or something strikingly similar to humans, were present on the continent long before history says they should have been. Scholars quickly dismissed the find, claiming contamination or error, but the figurine remains one of many unexplained out-of-place artifacts. Then there are the puzzling footprints. In sites across the world, including Nevada, Texas, and even South Africa, fossilized tracks appear side by side with those of prehistoric animals. Some of these footprints seem unmistakably human, yet they are embedded in strata millions of years old, long before our species supposedly existed. Mainstream archaeology waves these away as misinterpretations, erosion patterns, or hoaxes. But what if they are genuine? Could they represent not only lost civilizations but also beings who walked this earth before us, beings that may still be remembered in the cryptic figures painted on cave walls? Another category of forbidden archaeology lies within the caves themselves. Excavations in certain deep chambers have uncovered bones and tools that appear deliberately arranged, almost ritualistic. In some cases, skeletal remains exhibit unusual traits, elongated skulls, oversized jaws, or anomalies that do not match the anatomy of modern humans. Such finds are often attributed to genetic variation or deformation. But the sheer frequency with which elongated skulls turn up, in Europe, in South America, in the Near East, raises questions. Were our ancestors recording encounters with long-headed beings and later imitating them through cranial binding, as if to emulate their mysterious visitors? There are also strange carvings found deep in caves, far from the light of day. These carvings do not always depict animals or hunting scenes but abstract shapes, spirals, and grids that resemble maps or diagrams. In some cases, they appear to align with celestial events, suggesting an advanced understanding of astronomy that hunter-gatherers should not have possessed. Why would people living 30,000 years ago carve star charts into cave walls? Unless, of course, they were taught, or inspired, by someone with knowledge beyond their own. Mainstream archaeology tends to handle these anomalies by ignoring them. The narrative of human progress is fragile, and too many contradictions threaten to destabilize it. Funding for research favors projects that reinforce the accepted story. Universities and institutions prefer safe discoveries that can be easily explained. Evidence that suggests advanced knowledge, strange beings, or impossible timelines risks ridicule and professional ruin for those who take it seriously. Thus, forbidden archaeology is born, not because the evidence does not exist, but because it is systematically suppressed. Consider also the case of giant skeletons. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers across America reported discoveries of massive human bones, skeletons measuring 7, 8, even 10 feet tall, often in burial mounds and caves. Many of these reports mysteriously vanished, and the bones themselves frequently ended up in institutions like the Smithsonian, where they were never seen again. Skeptics argue these were hoaxes, exaggerations, or misidentified animal remains. Yet, the consistency of the reports, and their alignment with oral traditions of giant beings, suggest something more. Could the beings painted on cave walls, with their towering forms and unusual features, be echoes of these same giants? Forbidden archaeology also includes artifacts of advanced technology found in layers of earth where they should not exist. Objects resembling metal spheres, machine tools, or even potential remnants of structures have been unearthed in deposits dating back millions of years. While some of these claims are hotly disputed, the pattern is unmistakable. Evidence of sophistication, buried deep in prehistory, appears again and again. What does this say about the beings who may have walked alongside early humans? Did they leave behind traces of their presence, only for them to be covered by time and secrecy? One of the most unsettling aspects of forbidden archaeology is not just the evidence itself, but the way it disappears. Reports from local diggers, explorers, or farmers are often swept aside once institutions step in. Artifacts vanish into storage or are labeled unverified. Skeletal remains are reclassified, reburied, or lost. The result is a silence that feels deliberate, as if someone, somewhere, has decided humanity is not ready to know the full story of its past. When we put all of this together, the anomalous figurines, the impossible footprints, the elongated skulls, the giant bones, the star maps carved in caves, we see a hidden layer of history. This is not the history of gradual progress taught in schools. This is a history of contact, of encounters with beings who should not have been here, of knowledge and presence that defy explanation. Forbidden archaeology is not about inventing wild theories. It is about looking honestly at the evidence that has been buried, dismissed, or erased. And this brings us back to the caves. If beings that shouldn't be there were recorded in paintings, perhaps their bones, artifacts, and tools are among the forbidden finds scattered across the world. Perhaps archaeology has already uncovered the smoking gun, the proof that humans shared the planet with other intelligent beings, but has chosen to bury it in silence. If so, then every handprint, every shadowy figure, and every forbidden artifact is a piece of the same puzzle, a past far stranger than we dare to admit. From the beginning of recorded history, caves have carried a strange weight in human imagination. They are more than holes in the earth. They are thresholds, places where the known world dissolves into darkness, silence, and mystery. To step into a cave is to cross into another realm, one that ancient peoples often saw as the domain of gods, spirits, or beings not of this earth. The further we descend, the more the light of the surface fades, and with it, our sense of time and reality. It is no coincidence that the most mysterious beings and forbidden markings are almost always found deep within these hidden worlds. To our ancestors, caves were not just shelters, they were gateways to the underworld. In many traditions, caves were regarded as the womb of the earth. The Greeks believed certain caves were entrances to Hades, where souls traveled after death. Oracles like the one at Delphi were said to receive visions from vapors rising from underground fissures. In Mesoamerican cultures, caves were portals to Xibalba, the Maya underworld, inhabited by gods of death and trickery. In Hindu and Buddhist traditions, caves became sanctuaries for meditation because they were thought to be places where the veil between worlds was thin. The symbolism is consistent. Caves were liminal zones where human beings could touch other realms, where contact with the divine, or the forbidden, was possible. But beyond symbolism, there is something undeniably physical about caves that fosters this belief. Step into a cavern system and you feel the atmosphere shift. The air becomes heavier, cooler. Echoes distort sound in unsettling ways. Flickering torchlight projects shifting shadows that can trick the eye. Prolonged darkness begins to alter perception itself, blurring the line between vision and hallucination. Ancient shamans entering these environments would have felt transported into another dimension, and perhaps that was precisely the point. The cave was a gateway because it felt like one, and maybe because it truly was. Some of the deepest cave chambers are so inaccessible that reaching them requires crawling through narrow shafts, climbing vertical drops, and venturing miles into pitch darkness. Yet, this is exactly where prehistoric people chose to paint their most profound images. Why go through such difficulty to paint animals and beings no one would casually see? Unless the journey into the depths was itself a ritual, a passage into the underworld where encounters with strange beings could occur. It is as though the deeper one went, the closer one came to the heart of mystery, to the presence of the others who dwelled beyond the human realm. Across cultures, caves also carried a reputation as dwelling places of supernatural beings. In Native American traditions, caves were inhabited by spirit guardians, protectors, or trickster beings who could grant knowledge but also bring danger. In Europe, Celtic, and Germanic, myths spoke of caves as entrances to fairy realms, places where time passed differently and mortals risked being trapped forever. Aboriginal Australians spoke of caves as sacred sites where ancestral spirits left their marks, and where the Wandjina still reside, watching. The theme is global. Caves are not empty voids. They are inhabited, charged with presence. Modern archaeology has sometimes tried to explain these traditions by pointing to the psychological effects of caves, the isolation, the altered states of mind, the awe-inspiring acoustics. But could it be that ancient people spoke literally? That caves were not only perceived as gateways but functioned as gateways, portals to encounter beings from elsewhere? If one were to imagine a place on Earth where interdimensional contact could occur, where would be more fitting than the hidden veins beneath the planet's surface? Some caves strengthen this idea with startling evidence. Take Chaven de Huanta in Peru. Though not a natural cave, this ancient temple complex was designed with labyrinthine underground passages that mimic the cave environment. Shamans there are believed to have used hallucinogens to contact otherworldly beings, guided by the echoes and shadows of the tunnels. The design seems intentional, as if the builders knew that underground chambers were the closest one could come to piercing the veil between worlds. Then there are reports of actual encounters. Folklore across continents tells of beings emerging from caves, giants, spirits, even gods. In Central Asia, stories speak of underground cities inhabited by advanced beings. In Native American lore, the Hopi people describe how their ancestors emerged from a subterranean world, guided by mysterious caretakers. In these myths, caves are not symbols at all but literal points of contact, entrances to hidden worlds beneath our feet. Could it be that some of the strange beings depicted in prehistoric cave art were residents of such realms, encountered deep underground where our world overlaps with theirs? Caves also connect directly to death and rebirth. Many ancient burial sites were located in caves, reinforcing the belief that the dead traveled through these chambers into another existence. The idea of caves as womb and tomb, as both beginning and end, only heightened their reputation as liminal spaces. And if souls traveled through caves, perhaps other entities traveled back through them as well, moving between dimensions, between life and afterlife, between human and non-human realms. Even in modern times, caves continue to hold strange power. Explorers report feelings of being watched, hearing voices or whispers in the darkness, or experiencing unexplainable lights. Some cave systems have high levels of electromagnetic activity, which can affect human perception, possibly contributing to visions. But what if these physical anomalies are not mere illusions but indicators of real, energetic thresholds? Perhaps caves are natural gateways precisely because they amplify forces we do not yet understand. When we look back at the beings painted on cave walls, the hybrids, the elongated skulls, the staring eyes, it is tempting to see them as inhabitants of these underworlds. Maybe they were not visitors from the sky, but from beneath, emerging through labyrinthine tunnels to reveal themselves to humans. Or perhaps the caves functioned as meeting grounds, neutral spaces where two worlds overlapped. Whatever the case, the association between caves and gateways is too strong, too universal, to ignore. The depths of the underworld are not only geological but spiritual, symbolic, and possibly literal. To ancient peoples, descending into a cave was to risk contact with the unknown. It was to leave the safety of sunlight and step into a place where other laws applied. And time and again, the markings left on the walls remind us that when our ancestors crossed that threshold, they did not come back alone. They brought stories, images, and warnings, echoes of encounters in the gateway between worlds. Every culture carries echoes of its ancestors, not only through language and custom but through myth. These myths often appear dreamlike, fragmented, or exaggerated. Yet beneath their poetry and metaphor, they may preserve memories of real encounters. When we compare the cave paintings of strange beings with ancient myths handed down orally for thousands of years, a pattern emerges. Our ancestors were telling us stories of contact, of strange teachers, of visitors who shaped humanity. What mainstream science calls legend, forbidden archaeology sees as memory. Consider the myths of the Dogon people of Mali in West Africa. According to their oral tradition, their ancestors were visited by beings called the Nomo, amphibious entities who descended from the sky in a great vessel. The Nomo, they say, lived in the water and taught humanity essential skills: agriculture, astronomy, and social order. Strangely, the Dogon also possessed advanced knowledge of the Sirius star system long before telescopes existed, including details about Sirius B, an invisible companion star only confirmed by modern science in the 20th century. To skeptics, this is coincidence or contamination by outside contact. But to the Dogon, it is simple. Their ancestors passed down the knowledge given to them by beings from elsewhere. Now consider the myths of the Hopi people in North America. Their traditions tell of an earlier world destroyed by fire, from which their ancestors were guided into the present world through caves and tunnels by small, ant-like beings. These ant people were said to be kind, intelligent, and responsible for saving humanity. Their appearance, large heads, thin bodies, enormous eyes, bears an eerie resemblance to figures we have already seen painted on cave walls across the globe. Were these stories metaphorical tales of survival, or living memory of beings encountered in subterranean depths? Across the world in Mesopotamia, one of the earliest cradles of civilization, we find myths of the Oans, fish-like beings who emerged from the Persian Gulf to teach humanity writing, law, and science. Ancient texts describe them as part fish, part man, spending their days with humans and their nights in the sea. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztecs told stories of gods who came from the stars, offering knowledge in exchange for worship. In Polynesia, legends of sky canoes bringing divine visitors echo across islands separated by thousands of miles. The common theme is unavoidable: someone, or something, visited humanity and left a lasting impression. Skeptics argue that myths are simply humanity's way of making sense of the unknown. Lightning becomes the weapon of a god, the ocean's fury the wrath of a deity. But there are details within these myths that defy simple explanation. Why do so many cultures, separated by oceans and time, describe beings with elongated heads, great eyes, or hybrid forms? Why do so many speak of beings emerging from caves, descending from the sky, or rising from the sea? Why do so many link these beings to the gift of knowledge, teaching agriculture, astronomy, or sacred laws? Coincidence seems less convincing when the similarities stretch across continents. The caves themselves become the stage for these myths. In Aboriginal Australian tradition, the Wandjina are painted onto rock shelters with wide, staring eyes and halo-like headdresses. These beings are said to have shaped the land and then retreated into the stone, where they remain alive, watching. To this day, the Wandjina are not considered mere images but presences, the paintings are renewed to honor them. The memory of their existence is not metaphorical. It is living tradition. Similarly, in Europe, folk tales speak of hidden people or spirits dwelling in caves, their presence lingering long after the art was painted. Myths and memory blend until the distinction becomes meaningless. What makes these echoes powerful is not only their content but their persistence. Myths survive because they mean something, because they touch on truths too important to forget. A tribe may lose its land, its language, even its name, but myths endure, carrying fragments of experiences that shaped its earliest identity. If strange beings once walked among humans, even fleetingly, the stories would outlive the encounter. They would echo in every cave painting, every carving, every tale whispered by firelight. Another striking element is how myths often describe time differently. Many traditions speak of first times or dream times, periods when the boundaries between worlds were thin and contact with other beings was common. The Aboriginal Dreamtime, for example, describes a primordial era when ancestral spirits shaped the world and left their marks in stone and landscape. Similarly, in Sumerian myths, the gods once dwelled directly among humans before retreating to the heavens. In Norse cosmology, giants and gods interacted freely with mortals in earlier ages. These first times may represent cultural memories of an epoch when encounters with strange beings were real, direct, and transformative. Of course, mainstream archaeology prefers to read myths symbolically. To scholars, they are metaphors for natural events, allegories for human psychology, or primitive attempts to explain the cosmos. While symbolism certainly plays a role, this interpretation reduces myth to fantasy and strips it of historical potential. But what if myths are not inventions, but translations? What if they are our ancestors' attempt to describe, in the language available to them, encounters with beings they could not otherwise categorize? A fisherman sees an amphibious visitor and calls it fish-like. A farmer sees a luminous presence and calls it a god. The language shifts, but the memory remains. When we stand in front of cave paintings, strange hands, hybrid forms, shadowy figures, we are looking at the earliest visual form of myth. These are not random decorations. They are visual echoes of encounters that words alone could not preserve. Later, those same stories became oral traditions, then legends, then written texts. Today, we call them myths. But what if they are all the same story, retold endlessly, that humanity was not alone, that our ancestors met others, and that those meetings left a scar deep in memory? These echoes of the ancestors call us to listen differently. Instead of dismissing them as fantasy, we might hear them as distorted but persistent accounts of reality. They invite us to reconsider not just the past, but the way we understand history itself. For if myths are memories, then the beings painted in caves were not hallucinations or artistic symbols. They were real presences, remembered for tens of thousands of years. And if they were real then, who is to say they are not still here now, watching from the shadows, waiting in the caves? When we look at cave art, our eyes are naturally drawn to the obvious, the herds of animals, the haunting handprints, the strange hybrid beings. But hidden within the galleries of stone lies another layer, abstract symbols. Dots, spirals, zigzags, grids, chevrons, and branching lines cover the walls alongside the figures. At first glance, they seem simple, even meaningless, like the doodles of bored hands. Yet when studied closely, these patterns reveal a hidden language, a symbolic code passed down through millennia. Some scholars argue this was humanity's first step toward writing. Others suggest something even stranger, that these markings were not merely symbols but messages, attempts to preserve knowledge given by beings outside the human realm. Archaeologist Genevieve von Petzinger made headlines by cataloguing these recurring cave symbols across Europe. Out of thousands of images, she found that only about 30 distinct signs appear again and again, from France to Spain, from Italy to Russia. The repetition is staggering. Why would groups of people separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years use the same symbols? If these were random scribbles, we'd expect far more variation. Instead, it looks like a system, a shared symbolic language carried across continents. But carried by whom? By migrating human tribes? Or by encounters with teachers who gave the same signs to many peoples across the world? Take the spiral, for instance. It is one of the most universal symbols in prehistoric art. Found in caves, on megaliths, in carvings, and later in temples, the spiral seems to represent motion, cycles, eternity. But spirals are also seen in altered states of consciousness, when the brain perceives entoptic patterns during trance. Were ancient shamans recording their visions, Or were they documenting a symbol shown to them by beings beyond themselves? The same spiral appears in Native American petroglyphs, Celtic stone carvings, and Polynesian tattoos. It is not just art, it is a code, a mark of continuity that whispers across time. Then there are grids and lattice patterns, etched into cave walls with deliberate care. Some researchers believe these may represent maps, of stars, of territories, or even of hidden pathways. Others think they were proto-writing, abstract signs that carried specific meaning to those who understood the code. Still others argue that grids represent portals, the crossing of worlds. When shamans described their journeys, they often spoke of passing through webs, nets, or veils. Could these geometric patterns be the first maps of the unseen, diagrams of gateways where humans encountered strange beings? Dots, too, appear everywhere. Sometimes they are scattered randomly, but in other places they form constellations. The famous cave of Lascaux, for instance, has paintings of bulls accompanied by clusters of dots that align uncannily with the Pleiades star cluster. Coincidence? Or deliberate record? If the latter, then prehistoric people not only gazed at the stars but encoded their knowledge into their art. Some even suggest that beings who visited humanity, whether from the sky or another dimension, pointed to the stars as their home. The dots, then, may be the first cosmic addresses ever written. Zigzags and lightning bolt shapes add another layer of mystery. These could be simple decorations, or they might represent energy, electricity, or sound. In many traditions, zigzags symbolize serpents or waves of power. In trance states, zigzag visions often accompany the sensation of being struck by energy or entering contact with a force beyond oneself. What if the zigzags carved into stone are records of encounters, moments when humans felt touched by something not of this earth? What makes this hidden language truly compelling is its universality. The same set of symbols appears not only in Europe but also in Africa, Australia, the Americas. Across continents, separated by oceans, people drew the same shapes. This suggests either that humanity shares a universal neurological pattern that emerges in art, or that humanity everywhere was responding to the same external source, the same teachers, the same mysterious beings. We must also ask, why symbols at all? If early cave art was about survival, depicting animals to ensure successful hunts, why take the time to carve abstract patterns? The effort to etch grids, spirals, or zigzags deep in caves, often in places difficult to reach, suggests purpose. These were not idle scratches. They were sacred signs, carrying meaning we may no longer understand. To the people who made them, these were not decorations but communication, whether with each other, with the spirits, or with beings who dwelled in the shadows. Some forbidden archaeology researchers go even further, suggesting that these symbols may represent an ancient universal script, a language of contact. Perhaps humanity's first writing system was not invented in Mesopotamia or Egypt but in caves, in collaboration with the others who left their presence there. If so, then the 30 or so recurring signs catalogued by researchers are fragments of that primal tongue, waiting to be deciphered. Imagine this possibility. Every spiral, every grid, every dot cluster is a word. Taken together, they tell a story, one that stretches across continents, one that speaks of encounters between humans and beings from beyond. Perhaps we cannot read it now because the key has been lost, but perhaps those symbols were never meant for us. Perhaps they were messages, intended for the beings themselves, left on stone as offerings, agreements, or warnings. What makes the hidden language even more tantalizing is its persistence. These same shapes continue to appear in later civilizations. The spiral becomes sacred in Celtic art. The grid reappears in Mesopotamian tablets. The zigzag becomes the lightning bolt of Zeus, the serpent of Mesoamerica, the thunder sign of the Norse gods. Symbols born in the dark of caves migrate into the myths and religions of the world. Their meaning may shift, but their presence endures. It is as if the hidden language seeded the very foundation of culture. When we walk into a cave today and see those simple, abstract carvings, it is easy to dismiss them as primitive. Yet, in their simplicity lies power. They are the DNA of communication, the fragments of a lost code. They remind us that beneath the animals and the handprints, there was another story unfolding, one of messages, symbols, and language exchanged with beings we still struggle to understand. The hidden language of symbols is more than archaeology. It is the whisper of memory etched into stone. It tells us that our ancestors were not only artists but scribes, preserving a record of encounters we have nearly forgotten. And perhaps, if we learn to listen, those symbols may still speak, revealing truths about who, or what, once walked in the caves with us. Deep within the labyrinthine corridors of prehistoric caves, there is a recurring presence that unnerves researchers and fascinates mystery seekers. Human-like figures rendered not as portraits but as shadows. These are not the proud, detailed depictions of bison or mammoths that dominate cave walls. Instead, they are crude silhouettes, dark humanoid shapes without faces, often lurking at the edges of panels or carved in places where natural light never reaches. Archaeologists call them anthropomorphs, but among mystery traditions they are known by another, far more unsettling name, the shadow people of stone. When we first encounter them, it is tempting to assume they are simply the earliest attempts at representing humans. But a closer look tells a different story. Many of these figures are elongated, with limbs stretched unnaturally, heads distorted, torsos disproportionate. They stand with arms raised, sometimes with no clear features at all, as if they were not drawn from real human bodies but from visions, or from encounters with beings that did not quite look like us. They are not family portraits. They are something else entirely. The caves of Pec Merle in France contain some of the most famous examples. Amid the beautiful spotted horses and mammoths, faint dark silhouettes appear, like ghostly presences. At first, they seem like simple outlines of humans, but their proportions are eerily off, elongated limbs, heads that taper strangely. Some even appear to merge with animal forms, creating hybrid entities. Were these depictions of shamans in transformation, or did the artists mean to show encounters with beings that hovered between human and something other? In Spain's El Castillo cave, similar shadowy figures stand in isolation, away from the main galleries of animal art. One is little more than a dark outline of a tall, thin figure, arms extended like an otherworldly sentinel. It is painted near red discs and dots, which some researchers interpret as symbolic gateways. If so, then this shadow person may not be a portrait at all but a guardian of the threshold, a figure marking the boundary between worlds. Across the world, we see echoes of these figures. In Australian Aboriginal rock art, the Wandjina spirits stare out with featureless faces and elongated forms. In North America, the Barrier Canyon pictographs of Utah show tall, faceless beings with haunting eyes and tapered bodies. They are not identical to the European cave shadows, but they carry the same unnerving quality, the impression that these were not depictions of ordinary humans but records of encounters with strange presences. Skeptics argue that these shadow figures may simply be stylized humans, distorted by artistic limitations or the uneven surfaces of cave walls. Perhaps the artists lack skill, or perhaps they exaggerated features for symbolic effect. But this explanation falters when we consider the consistency of these depictions across cultures and continents. Why do so many early peoples choose to represent human-like figures as faceless, elongated, and ominous? If it were merely a question of style, we would expect far greater variation. Instead, what we find is convergence, a shared vision of shadowy beings that haunted humanity's earliest art. Another interpretation suggests that the shadow people represent shamans in trance. In altered states of consciousness, human perception distorts. Limbs stretch, faces blur, bodies dissolve into outlines. Perhaps these figures were the artist's attempt to capture the appearance of shamans entering other realms. In this sense, the shadow people are not external beings but inner visions, yet visions that carry their own weight of mystery. If humans across continents saw the same shapes in trance, what does that say about the nature of these visions? Could it be that in altered states, our ancestors encountered entities that always appeared in this shadowy form? A more radical possibility has been whispered among forbidden archaeology circles, that these shadow people were not symbolic at all, but literal. What if our ancestors encountered tall, faceless beings in the deep caves, beings that left such an impression they were recorded again and again? These beings may not have been human. They may not have even been physical as we understand it, but they were real enough that humans felt compelled to paint them, to leave their memory on stone. Legends worldwide echo this idea. The Hopi speak of the Kachinas, spirits who visited their ancestors. The Maori tell of tall, ghostly beings who taught them sacred knowledge. European folklore is filled with tales of shadowy visitors, beings of the night, dark figures at the edge of vision. Could these be cultural memories, inherited from times when humans first painted caves and met the beings within? Psychologists might argue that shadow people are projections of human fear, the instinctive dread of the dark, the primal sense of being watched. In the cave, where light flickers and shadows dance, it is easy to imagine figures moving at the edge of vision. Early humans may have taken these fleeting impressions and given them form on stone. Yet the consistency of these forms, across continents and across thousands of years, makes the coincidence harder to dismiss. Were they merely hallucinations, or encounters with entities that dwell in places beyond our normal sight? Modern reports of shadow people add another layer of intrigue. Many people today describe waking in the night to see tall, faceless silhouettes standing at the edge of their bed. Paranormal researchers call this shadow person phenomena, often linked with sleep paralysis. Skeptics dismiss it as a brain glitch. But what if it is something older, an ancient presence that has always been with us, recorded first in the caves, now seen in bedrooms around the world? The shadow people of stone force us to confront a possibility that our ancestors did not paint only what they saw in the natural world. They painted what they encountered in the unseen. These figures are not just art but testimony, records of meetings with beings who stood at the threshold between the human and the otherworldly. When we stand before those ancient silhouettes, faceless and haunting, we feel the same chill our ancestors must have felt. Something was there with them, deep in the caves, something that left a mark not only on stone but on human memory. These shadow beings are part of our story, though we have forgotten their names. And perhaps that is the greatest mystery of all, that the first humans who dared to create art chose, again and again, to depict the shadows that walked beside them. Among the most startling discoveries in ancient cave art are the depictions of beings that are neither fully human nor fully animal. These are not ordinary creatures of the hunt, nor are they simple doodles of the imagination. They are hybrids, strange figures with the body of a man and the head of a beast, or creatures that seem to merge human and animal forms into something uncanny. Archaeologists call them therianthropes, but in the darker corners of mystery research, they are regarded as something much more profound, evidence of beings that once walked the earth alongside us, beings that blurred the line between human and otherworldly. One of the most famous examples lies in the Chauvet cave of France, dating back over 30,000 years. Among the beautifully detailed lions, mammoths, and rhinos, there appears a peculiar figure, a creature with the lower body of a man but the upper features of a bison. Its horns curl upward, its body looms powerfully, yet its legs and stance are unmistakably human. What was the purpose of such a depiction? Was it symbolic, a shaman wearing the mask of an animal? Or was it the attempt to record an encounter with a being that truly existed, something neither fully human nor fully beast? The cave of Les Trois Freres in southern France holds another unsettling image, a figure known as the sorcerer. Painted high on a wall, this being has the antlers of a deer, the ears of an owl, the tail of a horse, and the body of a man. It seems to be dancing, or perhaps presiding over some kind of ritual. For decades, scholars have debated its meaning. Some insist it represents a shaman wearing an animal costume, caught in a moment of trance. But others believe it may reflect a deeper truth, that ancient humans encountered, or believed they encountered, beings who were composites of many forms. The sorcerer is not simply a man in disguise. It is something else entirely, something designed to evoke awe, fear, and reverence. These hybrid beings are not confined to Europe. In African rock art, we see half-human, half-animal figures engaged in hunting and ritual scenes. In Australia, Aboriginal art depicts beings with human bodies but animal heads, described in myths as ancestral spirits who shaped the land. Across the Americas, petroglyphs show strange creatures with human torsos and bird-like faces, or humanoids with serpentine features. The universality of these hybrids suggests a common theme in human consciousness, the belief that the boundary between man and beast is not absolute, and that in the realm of the spirits, or perhaps in reality itself, there exist entities that blend the two. One explanation is that these beings represent shamans undergoing transformation. In many indigenous cultures, shamans are said to take on the form of animals during trance, merging with their spirit guides to journey between worlds. The hybrid figures could be visual records of this transformation, showing humans who became part animal to access supernatural power. But if this were merely symbolic, why do the depictions often look so literal, so precise, as if the artists were trying to capture a real sight? And why do the same hybrid beings appear in cultures with no contact with each other, separated by oceans and time? Some researchers in the forbidden archaeology realm push this further. They suggest these beings may have been actual visitors, creatures from other realms, dimensions, or even stars, who appeared to early humans in hybrid forms. In mythologies worldwide, gods and spirits often take animal-human shapes. Egyptian deities like Anubis and Horus are classic examples, gods with the bodies of humans and the heads of animals. In Mesopotamia, too, the Apkallu were described as part man, part fish beings who brought knowledge to humanity. Could these myths be distant echoes of real encounters, first recorded not in writing but in cave paintings? Another disturbing possibility is that the hybrid beings reflect ancient memories of genetic experimentation. Modern science shows us that the blending of species, once thought impossible, is not beyond reach. But what if this is not a new endeavor? Some theorists argue that long before recorded history, beings with advanced knowledge may have tampered with life on Earth, creating hybrids that frightened and awed early humans. If such experiments occurred, the caves may hold the only surviving record. To the artists, these hybrids were not myths but living presences. Skeptics, of course, argue for a simpler explanation. The hybrids were expressions of imagination, metaphors for power, or dramatizations of hunting rituals. Dressing in animal skins and antlers is known among tribal cultures, and the cave art could simply depict this practice. But even this explanation leaves questions unanswered. Why such detail? Why such consistency? Why place these hybrids deep in caves, far from daily life, in sacred spaces meant for ritual? The context suggests these beings were more than costumes. They were sacred realities, treated with reverence and recorded for posterity. The psychological dimension also offers insights. In altered states, humans often perceive themselves merging with animals, feeling their strength, vision, or speed. The hybrids may thus be records of mystical experiences, visions captured on stone. But here again, we return to the same problem, the convergence across cultures. Why do the visions always take similar forms? Why does humanity everywhere seem to recall encounters with hybrid beings, whether in trance, in myth, or in art? The hybrids are unsettling because they force us to confront a question that modern science avoids. What if the clear categories we draw, human, animal, natural, supernatural, are not real boundaries at all? What if, in the distant past, humans truly lived in a world where these categories blurred, where beings existed that crossed the lines we now take for granted? When we stand in front of the sorcerer of Les Trois Freres or the bison man of Chauvet, we're not just looking at art. We are looking at testimony, a fragment of memory preserved in stone. These beings haunted the imaginations of our ancestors, not because they were fantasy, but because they were real in a way we can no longer comprehend. Whether they were shamans in transformation, gods in visitation, or literal hybrids of flesh and bone, they mattered enough to be carved into the eternal stone, where they still whisper their mystery to us across time. The hybrid beings remind us that our ancestors' world was not simple. It was complex, fluid, and alive with presences that defy explanation. And perhaps, in some hidden places, it still is. Among the many haunting images that line the walls of ancient caves, none are more personal, more direct, than the stenciled or painted handprints. Unlike the sprawling herds of animals or the hybrid beings with animal heads and human torsos, these are not symbolic creatures of myth or imagination. They are the marks of individuals, real men, women, and even children, who placed their hands against cold stone tens of thousands of years ago and left behind a message that still speaks across time. But what exactly were they trying to say? Were these handprints mere signatures, proof of presence? Or do they carry a deeper, more enigmatic meaning, a message from beyond, coded in flesh and pigment? The most famous of these hands appear in the caves of Gargas in France, where nearly 200 stenciled prints line the walls. At first glance, they seem simple, silhouettes created by blowing pigment around the hand. But a closer look reveals something disturbing. Many of the hands are incomplete. Fingers are missing, sometimes one, sometimes several. Were these people mutilated, their fingers lost to frostbite or ritual sacrifice? Or did the missing fingers represent a kind of code, a symbolic language using the hand as a canvas? Anthropologists have long debated this. Some argue that the missing fingers were intentional, a way of creating patterns to communicate meaning. Others suggest they may have been signs of initiation rituals, or even deliberate amputations tied to religious practice. But alternative researchers ask a more unsettling question. What if these hands were not fully human? Could some of these prints, with their odd proportions and missing digits, be records of encounters with beings whose hands were unlike our own? In the Cueva de las Manos, Cave of the Hands, in Argentina, over 800 handprints stretch across the walls, mostly in red, black, and white pigments. They date back at least 9,000 years. Standing in that cave, surrounded by so many hands, one feels a sense of overwhelming presence, as if the walls themselves are alive with memory. Yet even here, oddities abound. Some hands are much smaller than expected, belonging not to infants but to tiny, delicate forms unlike any known human proportions. Others are elongated, with unusually long fingers that taper to unsettling points. Did the artists exaggerate for effect? Or were they faithfully recording what they saw, or who stood beside them? The hands are also found in Indonesia's Sulawesi caves, dating back over 40,000 years, among the oldest known art in the world. This global distribution makes the mystery deeper. Why would cultures separated by oceans, continents, and tens of thousands of years all choose to leave the same mark, the handprint, on sacred cave walls? Was this a universal human instinct, or the echo of a shared tradition, perhaps taught by someone, or something, that moved among them? Hands, after all, are more than just body parts. They are instruments of creation, tools of survival, symbols of power. In leaving their handprints, the cave artists may have been declaring their existence. I was here. I touched this stone. I am part of this place. Yet the deliberate choice to stencil the hand rather than simply press it into pigment is telling. The stencil creates a negative space, a ghostly outline that feels almost like a spiritual impression, as if the hand passed partly into another world. Could this be why the practice was so widespread, that the hands were not just records of presence, but acts of crossing, attempts to touch the boundary between the human and the otherworldly? Some researchers believe the hands functioned as a kind of prehistoric signature, perhaps marking participation in rituals. Others argue they were forms of magical protection, like talismans imprinted onto the cave walls to guard against forces unseen. In some traditions, the open hand is a ward against evil, a sign of resistance against dark entities. Could these ancient hands have been left for the same purpose, to hold back the shadows lurking in the depths of the caves? Yet the missing fingers complicate the picture. In Gargas, X-ray analysis has shown that many of the stencils are not the result of injury. The hands appear to have been deliberately positioned to fold certain fingers inward before pigment was sprayed. This strongly suggests code. Some scholars have proposed that these folded finger combinations may represent numbers or signs, perhaps an early form of communication. If so, then the hands may be fragments of a language, messages painted on stone, intended to be read by those who understood. Forbidden archaeology theorists go further still. They suggest the possibility that these coded hands were not meant for other humans, but for beings beyond. Perhaps the caves were meeting places, places of contact where humans left their signatures for visitors. The folded fingers, the missing digits, the strange proportions, all may have been part of a dialogue, a way of saying, "We are here. We know you. We remember you." The psychological and spiritual interpretations add yet another layer. In many shamanic traditions, hands are central to rituals of healing and contact with the spirit world. The hand carries energy, channels power, and reaches across the divide. Stenciled handprints on cave walls may have been attempts to project the self into the spiritual realm, to mark not only the physical presence of the human but the spiritual presence of their soul. When we look at those hands today, perhaps we are not just seeing art but touching a spiritual echo, the residue of an ancient human reaching out across time and space. The emotional weight of these handprints cannot be overstated. To stand in a cave surrounded by them is to feel watched, surrounded, accompanied by voices long silent. Each handprint is a direct connection, a literal trace of skin, breath, and pigment. Unlike animal paintings, which can be interpreted as symbolic or ritualistic, the hands confront us with individuality. Each one is the mark of a person who lived, who thought, who hoped to be remembered. And yet, within that individuality lies mystery, the missing fingers, the strange proportions, the possibility of non-human presence. When we speak of the enigma of the cave hands, we are not only asking about their meaning, we are asking about their message. Were they marks of identity? Codes of ritual? Warnings? Invitations? Or were they, in the most haunting interpretation, direct communication with beings that stood in those caves with our ancestors? In the end, the cave hands are both deeply human and deeply alien. They are us, and yet they are not entirely us. They whisper across the ages, saying, "I was here, and I left this for you." But what exactly they wanted us to know remains hidden in the silence of stone. From the earliest days of discovery, scholars and explorers have wondered why our ancestors chose to paint and carve deep inside caves, often in the most inaccessible chambers, far from daylight. To reach the galleries of Lascaux or Chauvet, ancient people had to crawl through narrow passages, descend into darkness, and carry fire to light their way. The effort was immense, the danger real. Why go to such lengths merely to paint animals, symbols, and strange beings? One compelling answer, echoed in archaeology, anthropology, and forbidden history alike, is that caves were not simply shelters. They were portals, gateways to other realms, places where the boundary between the physical and the spiritual, the human and the otherworldly, grew thin. Caves have always held a magnetic pull on human imagination. They are womb-like, enclosed, and silent, yet alive with echoes and shadows. Entering a cave feels like leaving the ordinary world behind. For early humans, the cave was more than rock. It was a sacred space, a threshold. Myths across cultures confirm this. The Maya spoke of caves as entrances to Xibalba, the underworld. The Greeks believed sacred caves led to Hades or to the hidden realms of gods. In Siberian shamanism, caves were thought to be mouths of the earth, where spirits emerged and departed. In nearly every corner of the globe, the cave is a symbol of passage, a door between this world and the next. In the European Paleolithic caves, this symbolism is made tangible. Paintings and engravings are rarely found near entrances where daily life occurred. Instead, they cluster in deep, hidden chambers that require a pilgrimage to reach. This suggests that the act of entering the cave was itself a ritual. Moving deeper into darkness, guided only by flickering firelight, the participants were not merely explorers, they were travelers, journeying inward both physically and spiritually. The cave became a literal descent into another world. The acoustics of these caves add to the mystery. Researchers have discovered that many paintings were placed in spots with unusual echo properties. Clap your hands or sing in these chambers, and the walls seem to speak back. The resonance is uncanny, magnifying chants and rhythms until they feel otherworldly. In such an environment, early humans may have believed they were hearing the voices of spirits. To them, the cave was alive, speaking, responding. The paintings on the walls may not have been mere art but offerings, ways to interact with the intelligence of the cave itself. Psychological evidence supports this idea. In darkness, with sensory deprivation and rhythmic sound, the human mind slips easily into altered states of consciousness. Shamans throughout history have used caves for this purpose, enclosed spaces that enhance visions, dreams, and encounters with beings beyond the human. When our ancestors painted hybrid creatures or shadowy figures, they may have been recording what they saw in these altered journeys. To them, the cave was not just a space to enter, it was a portal to cross. The symbolism of descent is universal. To go into the cave is to go into the earth, into the womb, into death, into mystery. Myths tell us again and again that heroes enter caves to meet gods, spirits, or monsters, and emerge transformed. Gilgamesh sought wisdom in the depths. Orpheus entered the underworld to retrieve his love. Even in modern imagination, caves are the setting of transformation, revelation, or terror. This enduring motif suggests that the cave's portal is not mere superstition but a deeply rooted human truth. Forbidden archaeology takes this further. Some theorists propose that caves were chosen not only for symbolic reasons but because they were actual sites of contact. Perhaps deep within, shielded from the surface world, humans met with beings who were not of this earth. The darkness, the echoes, the firelight, all may have been conditions that allowed entry into another dimension. The cave, in this sense, was a natural gateway, a place where realities overlapped. Could the strange markings, the handprints, the hybrid beings be records of such meetings? If so, then caves were not just sacred, they were cosmic thresholds. We must also consider the practical evidence. Many caves show signs of repeated visitation, with fire pits, tools, and pigments carried deep inside. These journeys were not one-time events. They were traditions, passed down through generations, suggesting that people returned again and again to these portals. What compelled them to risk the descent? What drew them back into the depths? The answer may lie in the belief that only within these spaces could they touch the divine, encounter the spirits, or step into the other world. There is also the chilling possibility that the beings encountered in caves were not benevolent. Some handprints and figures seem to cluster around thresholds, narrow openings or deep chambers, almost as if to guard them. In some myths, caves are not only entrances to the spirit world but prisons of dark forces. Perhaps our ancestors went into caves not only to seek contact but also to seal or mark places of danger, leaving warnings for future generations. The hybrid beings, the shadow people, the coded hands, could these be protective signs, messages to say, here lies the passage? Beware. Modern paranormal experiences echo this. People who explore caves often report feelings of presence, sudden fear, or encounters with unexplained figures in the dark. Some researchers connect this to infrasound, low-frequency vibrations produced by the earth that affect human perception. Others argue it is more, that caves still function as portals, places where the veil between worlds thins. The same conditions that altered the minds of our ancestors may still operate today, drawing us into contact with the unknown. To view the cave as a portal is to change how we see cave art entirely. These are not random decorations. They are signposts, maps, records of journeys into other realms. Each painting may have been part of a ritual process, a guide for those who entered, a way of navigating the strange realities encountered in the depths. The animals may not only represent hunts but spirit guides. The symbols may not only be abstract but keys. The hands may not only mark presence but passage. When we stand at the entrance of a cave today, we face the same choice our ancestors did, to remain in the light of the surface world or to descend into the unknown. The cave calls to us because it embodies mystery, transformation, and danger. It is a door half open, a threshold waiting to be crossed. For the people of prehistory, that threshold was sacred. For us, it is a reminder that the world we think we know may have hidden layers, waiting in the dark, just beyond reach. In the silence of the cave, with the walls painted by ancient hands, we feel the truth. Our ancestors did not enter merely to decorate stone. They entered to journey, to cross, to touch what lies beyond. And perhaps, if we listen closely, the caves may still whisper, inviting us to follow them into realms unseen. Across cultures, eras, and continents, one enigmatic figure coils its way through mythology, cave art, and forbidden traditions alike: the serpent. Within ancient caves, researchers have found depictions of winding shapes, zigzag lines, and spiral forms that strikingly resemble snakes. To modern eyes, these may seem like abstract decorations, but to our ancestors, they carried deep meaning. The serpent was no ordinary creature. It was a guardian of thresholds, a symbol of power, danger, and rebirth. And when carved or painted within the hidden chambers of caves, it may have marked something far more ominous, a boundary between worlds. Why the serpent? Its presence is nearly universal. In the Americas, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl was revered as a god who brought knowledge and order. In Africa, the rainbow serpent was a creative force, shaping landscapes and rivers. In India, the Naga were semi-divine beings dwelling underground or beneath rivers, guardians of wisdom. In Norse tradition, the Midgard serpent encircled the earth, holding cosmic order in place. Even in the Bible, the serpent appears as both tempter and keeper of hidden knowledge. How could such similar imagery arise in cultures separated by oceans and millennia? The cave itself may hold the answer. Serpents slither close to the earth, vanishing into holes, cracks, and unseen chambers. To ancient minds, they seem to move effortlessly between the world of the living and the mysterious realms below. Their connection to caves, dark, winding, and hidden, made them natural symbols of the underworld. When early humans painted snake-like lines inside caves, they may have been encoding this very association, marking the passage into a space guarded by serpentine forces where only the brave or initiated could tread. Archaeologists have uncovered fascinating serpent motifs in some of the oldest ritual sites. In Botswana's Tsodilo Hills, a massive rock shaped like a python dominates a cave that shows signs of ritual activity dating back over 70,000 years. There, people chipped away at the rock surface, lit fires, and performed ceremonies, as if communing with the great serpent spirit itself. The Python Cave is widely considered one of the world's earliest known religious sites, suggesting that serpent worship stretches deep into our origins. Could this mean that the serpent was among humanity's very first gods, or guardians? The symbolism goes deeper. Serpents shed their skin, seemingly reborn from their old form. To ancient observers, this was a powerful metaphor for death and rebirth, a cycle mirrored by the journeys into caves themselves. Descending into the earth could be seen as a symbolic death, while emerging back into daylight was a kind of resurrection. The serpent, ever renewed, embodied this eternal cycle. Within cave rituals, paintings of serpents may have reminded initiates that they were crossing a dangerous threshold but also promised transformation on the other side. Forbidden archaeology pushes the narrative further. Some researchers argue that serpent motifs represent more than symbolic guardians. They may encode encounters with real beings. Hybrid serpent-like entities appear in myths worldwide: the Naga of Asia, the feathered serpents of Mesoamerica, the dragon-like beings of Europe. Could it be that our ancestors recorded actual meetings with reptilian or serpent-like intelligences within caves? If caves were portals, as many traditions suggest, then perhaps the guardians of those portals appeared as serpents, beings both feared and revered. The acoustics and geometry of serpent caves add another layer of intrigue. Many snake-like engravings align with underground water flows or natural fault lines. Some researchers speculate that ancient people associated serpents with these forces, sensing an unseen energy beneath the earth. Water, flowing like a serpent, was both life-giving and dangerous. Earthquakes, sudden and destructive, could have been imagined as the thrashing of an underground dragon. By marking serpents on cave walls, early humans may have been acknowledging the unseen powers that govern their lives. But the serpent is not merely a symbol of danger. It is also the keeper of wisdom. In myth after myth, serpents guard treasures, sometimes gold, sometimes knowledge. In Hindu lore, nagas protect sacred texts and jewels. In Greek stories, dragons, or serpent-like beings guard entrances to hidden realms or sacred groves. Even in the biblical Eden, the serpent is the one who offers forbidden knowledge, though at a terrible price. Could it be that the serpent motif in caves was a way of declaring, "Here lies knowledge, but only for those willing to risk the descent"? Some scholars have noted the striking resemblance between serpent imagery and the visual patterns seen in altered states of consciousness. Under the influence of darkness, chanting, and flickering firelight, the human brain often produces visions of zigzags, spirals, and serpentine forms. Shamans may have interpreted these visions as encounters with serpent spirits, guardians of the other world. When they painted these shapes on cave walls, they were not abstract artists but visionaries recording their journeys. In this sense, the serpent was not only a mythic guardian but also a psychological reality, a recurring presence in the inner landscapes of the mind. The serpent's duality, life and death, wisdom and danger, creation and destruction, mirrors the paradox of caves themselves. To enter is to risk, but also to transform. To meet the serpent is to face fear, but also to gain hidden knowledge. Perhaps this is why serpents appear so consistently in ancient cave markings. They were not only guardians of the underworld but also teachers, forcing the initiate to confront their limits before crossing the threshold. Even in modern times, the serpent continues to fascinate and terrify. Reports of reptilian beings in UFO lore echo the ancient naga and feathered serpents. Stories of shadowy, snake-like figures encountered in caves or tunnels persist among explorers. Is this a cultural echo of ancient myths, or are we glimpsing the same entities that haunted our ancestors' journeys into the deep? The serpent motif, far from being a relic of superstition, may point to a continuous thread of contact, stretching from prehistory to today. When we look at serpent carvings and paintings in caves, we must ask, were these merely symbolic, or were they warnings? Did our ancestors paint serpents to remind themselves of cosmic cycles, or to mark the presence of something real, something dangerous, lurking in the dark? Perhaps the truth is both. The serpent is the paradox embodied, guardian and destroyer, threshold and passage, wisdom and terror. As the firelight flickered against serpent-like lines on the wall, the cave would have seemed alive, the painted coils writhing in the shadows. For the initiates who stood before them, it was not just art, it was a moment of decision. To go further was to face the serpent, to risk its wrath, and to claim its knowledge. To retreat was to remain forever in ignorance. The cave serpent, in this sense, was more than a motif. It was the gatekeeper of the ancient mysteries themselves. Deep in the hidden chambers of ancient caves, beyond the familiar images of bison, mammoths, and horses, lie stranger, more unsettling figures. Among the oldest known artworks, archaeologists have found beings that defy classification. Creatures that appear part human, part animal, existing in some liminal space between the natural and the supernatural. These hybrid entities are more than curiosities. They are clues, perhaps even confessions, left by our ancestors, whispers of encounters with beings that did not belong entirely to this world. One of the most striking examples comes from Chauvet Cave in France, where a figure resembling a lion man has been discovered. Its body appears humanoid, yet its head carries the features of a great feline. In Germany's Hollensteinstadel cave, archaeologists uncovered a carved ivory figurine over 30,000 years old, depicting a man with the head of a lion. Known as the Lowenmensch, or Lion Man, it stands as one of the oldest known examples of figurative art. But why would the first artists of humanity, struggling to survive the Ice Age, devote their precious time and skill to carving or painting such hybrids? What did these half-human, half-beast figures represent? Traditional archaeology often interprets them as shamanic visions. In this view, the hybrid beings are spiritual representations of shamans transforming during rituals. By donning animal masks, invoking the spirit of a lion, bear, or stag, the shaman symbolically bridged the human and the animal worlds. In altered states of consciousness, fueled by trance, rhythmic sound, or entheogenic plants, shamans may have envisioned themselves as part animal, embodying the powers of the creature to guide their people. The hybrids, then, are records of these profound transformations. Yet the persistence of these motifs, and their global spread, suggests something deeper. From the Minotaur of Greek myth to the Anubis of Egypt, from the werewolves of Europe to the natural shapeshifters of Mesoamerica, cultures across the world tell of beings that are neither fully human nor fully beast. The fact that cave art preserves these hybrids in the very earliest chapters of human creativity raises the question: are these beings only symbolic, or did our ancestors record actual encounters with entities that defied natural order? Forbidden archaeology entertains the more radical possibility that hybrid entities once walked among us. Ancient myths often describe gods or visitors who intermingled with humanity, creating offspring that were part mortal, part divine, part beast. The Mesopotamian Apkallu were fishmen who brought wisdom to humans. The Egyptian gods often took animal-headed forms, jackals, falcons, crocodiles, yet ruled as intelligent beings. Could the hybrid figures in caves be humanity's first records of such visitors? If so, then the caves are not just art galleries, but archives of encounters with beings that official history refuses to acknowledge. The hybrid imagery also resonates with genetic memory. Modern science has shown that humans once coexisted with other hominin species, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and perhaps others still undiscovered. It is not impossible that stories of other kinds of beings persisted in collective memory, reshaped into myths of hybrids. But the cave figures do not depict other hominins. They are too distinctly animalistic, too otherworldly. The presence of horns, wings, tails, or elongated faces suggests a symbolic or experimental realm beyond simple zoology. Some researchers note that the placement of hybrid figures in caves is significant. They are often found in the deepest, most hidden chambers, spaces difficult to reach, requiring deliberate journeys inward. This suggests they were not casual drawings but part of ritual practice, images meant only for the initiated. To see the hybrid was perhaps to confront a guardian or to witness the embodiment of transformation itself. For the participant, standing before a half-human, half-beast image in the flickering light of torches, the experience must have been overwhelming, a reminder that the world is not as fixed or stable as it seems. The hybrids also carry a psychological dimension. In altered states, humans often perceive themselves merging with animals, a dissolution of boundaries. The cave paintings may be literal depictions of what visionaries saw during trance, their own bodies merging with the essence of the creatures they hunted, revered, or feared. The half-bison, half-man, or lion-headed figure may not have been out there in the cave but in here, within the mind of the initiate. Yet when recorded on the walls, these visions became externalized, immortalized, guiding others into the same initiatory path. But what if we take the cave art literally? What if the hybrids were not only visions but visitors? Could ancient caves have been meeting places where entities that transcended human biology revealed themselves? If caves were portals, as so many traditions suggest, then perhaps the hybrid beings were guardians or emissaries encountered within those realms. The cave paintings may then be records, not of imagination, but of communication, testimonies etched in stone of meetings with beings who blurred the line between species. The chilling possibility is that our ancestors feared these entities as much as they revered them. Some cave hybrids carry a menacing aura, their forms distorted, their expressions unsettling. These are not friendly guides but powerful, possibly predatory presences. Could the hybrids represent warnings, reminders of encounters that were dangerous, even traumatic? If so, then the cave walls serve as both sacred texts and survival manuals, encoding lessons that we have long forgotten. Across cultures, hybrids are consistently tied to forbidden knowledge. The centaurs taught heroes, but they were also wild and dangerous. The Egyptian Thoth, sometimes depicted with an ibis head, was the keeper of hidden wisdom. Even the Bible hints at the Nephilim, offspring of gods and humans, as beings of extraordinary power, ultimately erased by a catastrophic flood. If such beings existed, they would stand outside the boundaries of natural order. Their presence would disrupt the story of human uniqueness, revealing a past where humanity was not alone but shared the earth with entities both animal and divine. As we look at the half-human, half-beast figures carved and painted in caves tens of thousands of years ago, we are forced to ask, were our ancestors dreaming, imagining, or recording? Did they meet these hybrids in visions, or did they stand face-to-face with beings from another plane of existence? The unsettling truth is that we cannot dismiss any of these possibilities outright. The hybrids endure in myth, art, and story because they speak to something primal, our fear and fascination with the boundary between human and other. In the dim light of caves, with shadows dancing on walls, the hybrids seem to come alive. They remind us that reality is porous, that the categories we hold, human, animal, spirit, may not be as fixed as we believe. Perhaps our ancestors knew this, and the hybrids were their way of recording the forbidden truth, that the world has always been stranger than we dare to admit. Among the strangest and most chilling motifs found in ancient caves are not the animals, nor even the hybrid beings, but the shadows. Deep inside certain chambers, archaeologists have discovered painted silhouettes, ghostly outlines, and dark figures without clear form. They lack the detail of bison or mammoths, and they do not carry the half-human, half-animal features of hybrids. Instead, they appear as elongated shapes, simple black figures, sometimes no more than a human-like outline. 2. Modern researchers, these are often called shadow beings. To the people who created them, they may have been something far more terrifying. Imagine standing in a cave tens of thousands of years ago. The only light is from a torch or a small fire, flickering against uneven stone. Every movement of flame causes shadows to leap, stretch, and twist across the walls. The line between painting and shadow blurs. Did our ancestors paint shadows they saw in their rituals? Or were these figures inspired by something they truly encountered, beings that moved in the dark, just beyond the edge of the firelight? Anthropologists have long debated the meaning of these shadowy figures. Some suggest they were primitive attempts at self-portraits, humans leaving their presence without the detail of faces or clothing. Others believe they represented spirits, the souls of the dead, lingering in the cave. But the unsettling consistency of these forms across sites in Europe, Africa, and the Americas suggests a deeper phenomenon. Could our ancestors have been recording something more universal, something that people continue to report even today? Modern accounts of shadow people are eerily similar. From haunted houses to sleep paralysis episodes, countless witnesses describe tall, dark, humanoid forms that appear suddenly, often at the edge of vision, before vanishing. They are featureless, sometimes with glowing eyes, but always cloaked in darkness. Many who encounter them feel a sense of dread or oppression, as though these beings feed on fear itself. The parallels between these modern sightings and the shadowy figures of caves are impossible to ignore. Did early humans also meet these entities during their time in the depths? Some researchers argue that caves, with their sensory deprivation and resonance, are prime environments for inducing altered states of consciousness. In such states, people often experience apparitions, shadowy figures being among the most common. The painted silhouettes, then, could be externalized records of these experiences. The shaman or initiate who saw shadow beings during trance may have returned to paint them, ensuring their presence was remembered and acknowledged. But forbidden archaeology dares to take the question further. What if shadow beings are not hallucinations at all? What if they are real entities that manifest under certain conditions? Conditions that caves, with their darkness and natural energy, provide perfectly. If caves were portals, then shadow beings may have been guardians, watchers, or predators from another dimension. Their vague, shifting forms suggest they do not fully belong in our reality, flickering between worlds like silhouettes slipping through cracks in space. The placement of shadow figures within caves supports this possibility. They are often found near narrow passages, openings that lead deeper into unexplored chambers, almost as if they mark thresholds, liminal spaces where one realm meets another. To pass by them would have been a test of courage, perhaps even a spiritual danger. Were they warnings to stay away, or depictions of entities that truly waited in the shadows beyond? In mythology, shadow beings appear under many names. The Greeks spoke of shades in the underworld, ghostly forms of the dead. In Egypt, the Ka was a person's shadow soul, lingering after death. In Native American traditions, shadow figures often represented tricksters or malevolent spirits. These stories echo across time, suggesting that humanity has always known of, and feared, these beings. The fact that their earliest depictions appear in caves strengthens the idea that our ancestors encountered them firsthand. One of the most unsettling aspects of shadow beings is their lack of detail. Unlike animals or hybrids, which were painted with care and skill, shadows are little more than outlines. This may not be due to artistic limitation but deliberate accuracy. The beings themselves had no features. They were pure presence, darkness in human form. What could terrify more than a figure that is human-shaped but utterly devoid of humanity? Psychologists might argue that shadow beings are projections of the human mind, the embodiment of fear itself, given form in darkness. In this sense, the cave shadows could represent humanity's first recorded grappling with the unconscious, our innate dread of the unknown. Yet if that were true, why do so many across time and culture describe nearly identical experiences? Why do the caves, the myths, and the modern paranormal reports all converge on the same dark archetype? Some forbidden theorists suggest that shadow beings are interdimensional parasites, entities that thrive in darkness, feeding on human energy. Caves, with their silence and isolation, may have been feeding grounds. The ancient paintings, then, could be warnings: here they dwell. Or perhaps they were protective, an attempt to bind or trap the shadows within the stone, keeping them from escaping into the world above. Even today, cave explorers sometimes report strange feelings, sudden chills, a sense of being watched, fleeting glimpses of figures in the dark. Science might dismiss this as imagination, the result of low light and stress. But when these accounts echo the same descriptions found in prehistoric art, the question becomes harder to ignore. Are the shadow people still there, waiting in the places where light does not reach? When we look at the painted silhouettes on cave walls, we are staring into the oldest ghost stories humanity ever told. But perhaps they are not stories at all. Perhaps they are records, left by terrified hands, of encounters with something real. The shadow beings remind us that the cave was never empty. Our ancestors were not alone in the dark, and maybe, neither are we. When archaeologists first began exploring the deepest passages of prehistoric caves, they expected to find paintings, bones, and primitive tools. What they did not expect were footprints, sometimes delicate, sometimes massive, always preserved in layers of hardened sediment as if left only yesterday. These footprints tell stories far stranger than we can easily explain, stories that whisper of cave dwellers who may not have been entirely human. They are silent yet powerful testimonies, hinting that caves were once walked by beings unlike any we know today. One of the most famous discoveries comes from Pecmerle Cave in France, where small human footprints have been found deep in chambers painted with spotted horses and hand stencils. Archaeologists identify them as belonging to a young child, no more than a teenager, who walked barefoot through the mud nearly 20,000 years ago. But the mystery lies in where these prints lead. The child walked far from the cave's entrance, into passages so dark and treacherous that modern explorers require artificial light to navigate. Why would a child, alone or accompanied, venture so far into the dangerous bowels of the earth? Were they part of a ritual, or were they following something, or someone? In other caves, the story grows stranger. At Tuc d'Audebert Cave in the French Pyrenees, footprints of multiple individuals were found in clay floors nearly a kilometre inside the mountain. Among them were not just human-like tracks but also impressions that defy explanation, prints too large, too broad, or oddly shaped to match the feet of known humans of that era. Some resemble claw marks, others long-toed impressions, suggesting the presence of beings that walked upright yet were not entirely human. Forbidden archaeology seizes on such anomalies. Could these tracks belong to hybrid beings, or to visitors from realms beyond our own? If caves were portals, as many traditions claim, then footprints may be the most physical evidence left behind, proof that something walked among us in those hidden places. The fact that these prints endure, preserved in mud and calcite for tens of thousands of years, feels almost deliberate, as if the earth itself wished to record the presence of the mysterious dwellers. Even more unsettling are cases where footprints overlap. At Rouffignac Cave, sets of children's prints crisscross with those of adults, as if groups once wandered together deep underground. But mixed among them are impressions that do not match either, elongated, misshapen prints that seem alien in form. Who, or what, walked alongside our ancestors in those dark chambers? Did they guide, guard, or hunt the humans who ventured within? The mythology of cave dwellers provides tantalizing parallels. In countless cultures, stories speak of beings who live beneath the earth, the ant people of Hopi legend, who sheltered humans during cataclysms, the Nagas of Hindu lore, serpent beings who dwell in subterranean palaces, the dwarfs and trolls of European folklore, often tied to caves and hidden realms. These myths may not be pure invention. They may be distorted memories of real encounters with beings whose tracks still mark the stone floors of caves. One particularly chilling discovery was made in 1959 in the cave of Tuc d'Audebert, where 17,000-year-old footprints of a young boy were found alongside those of a wolf. Yet the two tracks run parallel for several meters, suggesting companionship rather than predator and prey. Was the wolf tamed, Or was it something else? An entity walking in disguise? To those who believe in interdimensional beings, this scene could represent a child guided by a shape-shifting guardian. To skeptics, it remains a baffling coincidence. But the strangest footprints are those that appear where no one should have been able to walk. In caves where access requires crawling through impossible crevices, prints sometimes appear in chambers too small for groups to have comfortably entered. Were these left by solitary shamans seeking visions? Or do they suggest the presence of dwellers who lived in the caves permanently, beings adapted to the dark, leaving only fleeting impressions of their existence? Some theorists suggest that caves once housed parallel societies, groups of humans or quasi-humans who lived apart from surface dwellers. The footprints could be remnants of their hidden lives. The absence of fire pits, tools, or daily debris in many deep caves, however, makes this theory difficult to support. These were not homes. They were something else: sanctuaries, portals, or meeting grounds. So why do footprints linger there at all? Perhaps because those who entered the caves came only for ritual, leaving behind their marks as silent witnesses to the journeys. Science tries to explain the anomalies. The odd prints, it argues, may be the result of erosion, deformation in soft clay, or even overlapping steps that create illusions of strange feet. Yet some impressions are so distinct, so anatomically precise, that dismissing them as distortions feels unsatisfying. When we see a track with 5 long toes and an arch that does not match human anatomy, we must at least consider the possibility that it was made by something else. The emotional impact of seeing these prints in person cannot be overstated. Archaeologists describe standing in silence, staring at the footprints of a child who walked through mud 20,000 years ago as though they had just left the room. Time collapses. The child feels near, almost present. And yet, alongside their tracks, the unexplained impressions hint at an even stranger presence. If the child was not alone, who was with them in the darkness? Modern reports echo these mysteries. Cave explorers have told of hearing footsteps in the dark, only to find no one there. Some describe sensing presences, feeling watched, or discovering unexplained impressions in the mud. The continuity between prehistoric evidence and modern experience is haunting. It suggests that the mystery of cave dwellers is not locked in the past, it persists. When we follow the footprints of our ancestors into the caves, we do not walk alone. Their tracks merge with those of others, beings we cannot easily name or classify. Were they guardians, teachers, predators, or fellow travelers? The prints remain mute, refusing to tell us. But in their silence, they demand we ask the most unsettling question of all: who else was down there with us, walking side by side, in the deep darkness of the earth? When archaeologists first began to systematically study cave art in Europe and beyond, they focused primarily on the animals: the bison, the mammoths, the lions, the horses. These majestic images were easy to admire and, at least on the surface, easier to interpret. They seemed to reflect the world our ancestors lived in, the creatures they hunted, feared, or revered. But alongside these animals, researchers began noticing something else: clusters of strange marks, geometric patterns, dots, lines, spirals, lattices, and shapes that did not seem to represent anything in the natural world. These were the symbols. They were everywhere, etched or painted into cave walls, often alongside more recognizable images. And the most baffling truth is this: despite decades of study, many of these symbols remain undeciphered. At Chauvet Cave, among the beautifully rendered lions and rhinos, we find series of parallel lines, chevrons, and cross-hatchings. At Lascaux, dots appear over certain animals, almost like coded annotations. At El Castillo in Spain, red discs and hand stencils accompany zigzagging forms. These are not random doodles. They repeat across time and geography, suggesting they had a meaning shared, or at least understood, by the people who made them. Yet no modern scholar has been able to confidently say what that meaning was. One theory is that these were early forms of proto-writing, symbolic systems used to record knowledge. In this interpretation, the symbols could have been calendars, counting lunar cycles or animal migrations. Some archaeologists argue that certain symbols represent the phases of the moon, or tally marks for seasons. If true, this would make cave art not only aesthetic but intellectual, a hidden code preserving practical knowledge crucial for survival. But even if some signs were tied to timekeeping, this does not explain the sheer diversity of marks, spirals, triangles, grids, and other forms that seem more abstract than practical. Others see the symbols as spiritual or ritualistic. In altered states of consciousness, such as those induced by trance, fasting, or sensory deprivation, the human brain generates recurring visual patterns, zigzags, spirals, grids, and dots among them. Known as entoptic phenomena, these visions are common across individuals and cultures. Shamans who ventured into caves may have seen such patterns in their minds and then reproduced them on the walls. The symbols, then, would not be external knowledge but internal visions, maps of the mind during journeys into other realms. If this is true, the undeciphered markings might be the oldest records of humanity's inner worlds. Forbidden archaeology pushes further. Could these symbols represent communication with, or knowledge from, beings outside humanity? Some theorists suggest they are not proto-writing but actual writing, scripts we simply cannot translate because they are not human in origin. The recurring spiral, for instance, is a universal motif found not only in caves but also in megalithic sites like Newgrange in Ireland, on pottery in ancient China, and on petroglyphs across the Americas. Was the spiral merely a natural human motif, or was it a symbol shared by a hidden global tradition, or even an external intelligence guiding humanity in its earliest steps towards symbolic thought? The placement of the symbols adds weight to their mystery. They often cluster near narrow passages, deep chambers, or alongside hybrid and shadow figures. It is as if they were not casual marks but part of a ritual code, positioned deliberately at thresholds or sacred points within the cave. Perhaps they were markers for initiates, signals for those who knew how to read them. To the uninitiated, they are random scratches. To the chosen few, they may have been maps, guides for navigating not just physical caves but spiritual journeys. Some of the strangest marks are tectiforms, shapes resembling doorways, ladders, or architectural outlines. What could these mean in the context of caves that predate agriculture, architecture, or written history? Were our ancestors already envisioning structures, or were they depicting doors between worlds? If caves were portals, as so many traditions suggest, then tectiforms could literally be symbolic doors, painted to represent the passage from one reality into another. Another puzzle is the consistency of symbols across vast distances. Similar zigzag and spiral motifs appear in European caves, Australian Aboriginal rock art, and Native American petroglyphs. Mainstream archaeology attributes this to the universality of human perception and vision. But to forbidden archaeology, it suggests a common source of inspiration, or influence. Could ancient humans around the globe have drawn from the same encounters, the same teachings, the same visitors who imparted symbols as a kind of universal language? Attempts to decode the symbols have yielded tantalizing but inconclusive results. In 2023, a study suggested that certain recurring signs in Paleolithic caves may correspond to birth cycles of animals, essentially forming a rudimentary calendar. If true, this would push back the origins of written communication by tens of thousands of years. But even this leaves most symbols unexplained. The deeper we look, the more the marks resist translation, as if they were never meant for us. From a psychological angle, these undeciphered symbols may serve the same role as mandalas, sigils, or magical diagrams in later traditions. They focus the mind, guide the initiate, and connect the visible with the invisible. By painting these marks in the depths of the cave, our ancestors may have been drawing gateways, not just in stone but in consciousness. Each symbol could be a key, but we have lost the locks they were meant to open. Even today, symbols continue to haunt us. Spirals appear in crop circles, geometric patterns emerge in altered states, and mysterious markings are reported in UFO contact cases. The resonance is uncanny. It is almost as if the same symbolic language continues to whisper across time, resisting translation yet demanding attention. Standing in front of these marks, archaeologists confess to unease. They do not feel like random scratches. They feel deliberate, intentional, yet inaccessible. For the modern viewer, this is perhaps their greatest power. They remind us that not everything can be explained, that our ancestors lived in a world where knowledge was hidden, forbidden, encoded in symbols that only the few could understand. The undeciphered marks of the caves are more than art. They are a message that we have not yet cracked. And perhaps, just perhaps, that is the point. They were not meant for everyone. They were meant for those brave enough to descend into the darkness, those willing to risk contact with the unknown, those prepared to see what the symbols would reveal only in the flickering firelight of the cave. When one steps into the cool, echoing silence of an ancient cave, it is hard not to feel as though the earth itself has closed around you. The narrow entrance, the descent into darkness, the enveloping stone walls, all evoke the sensation of being swallowed, of re-entering a hidden interior space. Anthropologists and mythologists alike have long noted the striking parallels between caves and the human womb. Both are protective enclosures, places of mystery and transformation. And across the ancient world, caves appear to have been treated not only as sanctuaries but as symbols of cosmic rebirth, portals where one might return to the womb of Mother Earth and emerge transformed. The womb metaphor is not simply poetic. In many cultures, caves were directly described as the womb of the earth. Among the Maya, certain caves were revered as the mouths or navels of the underworld, where life emerged and to which it returned. In Greek myth, sacred caves were associated with the births of gods. Zeus himself was said to have been hidden and nurtured in a Cretan cave. To enter such places was to step into the very origins of creation, into the generative heart of the cosmos. Prehistoric cave art itself seems to echo this theme. At sites like Chauvet and Lascaux, images of animals cluster in deep chambers that are difficult to reach, as though the artists intentionally placed them in the womb-like spaces of the cave. Some archaeologists interpret these chambers as symbolic uteruses, where the painted animals were ritually birthed onto the walls. The act of creating such art may not have been merely decoration but a sacred reenactment of life's emergence from the dark, fertile interior of the earth. The positioning of symbols reinforces this idea. Circles, spirals, and vulva-shaped carvings frequently appear in cave art, particularly at narrow passageways or chamber entrances. These shapes are not coincidental. They align with universal symbols of fertility, birth, and cyclical renewal. For ancient peoples, descending into these spaces was not only a journey into darkness but a metaphorical return to origins, a preparation for spiritual rebirth. Ritual practices within caves support this interpretation. Evidence suggests that certain chambers were used for initiations. Imagine the scene: a young initiate, perhaps blindfolded or led in silence, crawling through a narrow passage before entering a cavern lit only by flickering torches. The moment of emergence into the chamber would be akin to a symbolic birth, passing through constriction into revelation. Shamans and elders may have guided such initiations, invoking the cave as a cosmic womb where the initiate was reborn into new spiritual awareness. Mythological traditions around the world preserve this imagery. The Hopi people of North America tell of their emergence from the underworld through a sipapu, a symbolic hole representing a womb-like passage. Hindu cosmology speaks of caves as sacred spaces where ascetics retreat to experience moksha, liberation, in a symbolic return to the source of creation. Even early Christian mystics associated caves with transformation. The nativity of Christ takes place in a cave in some traditions, symbolizing divine rebirth within the earth. The concept of the cave as womb also explains why so many cultures linked caves to both life and death. In the cycle of existence, birth and death are mirrors of each other. To die is to return to the womb of the earth, while to be born is to emerge from it. Burial practices within caves reflect this dual symbolism. Bodies interred in fetal positions, as though curled in sleep, suggest a belief that death was not an ending but a return, a preparation for eventual rebirth. But the forbidden archaeology perspective deepens the mystery. If caves were truly regarded as portals of transformation, then who, or what, did ancient shamans encounter in those depths? Some researchers propose that rituals of symbolic rebirth were not merely psychological but encounters with otherworldly beings. In altered states of consciousness, initiates may have felt themselves surrounded by presences, guided by entities who dwelled in the subterranean womb of the earth. To mainstream scholars, these are hallucinations. To forbidden history enthusiasts, they are glimpses of real contacts with non-human intelligences. One haunting aspect is the recurring presence of hybrid figures, half-human, half-animal beings, painted deep within caves. These images may represent the transformed states of initiates, symbolizing the crossing of boundaries between human and spirit, life and death. But they could also signify encounters with the dwellers of the womb-like underworld, beings who oversaw the rituals of birth and rebirth. Were these spirits guardians of the cosmic womb, or were they the midwives of transformation, shaping human evolution itself? The sensory deprivation of caves only amplified these experiences. In total darkness, sound echoes strangely, sight collapses, and the mind turns inward. Combined with chanting, drumming, or psychoactive plants, the initiate's perception would shift dramatically. In this vulnerable, womb-like state, one could easily believe they were dissolving into the earth, stripped of identity, awaiting rebirth. Emerging from the cave, whether hours or days later, would carry the weight of cosmic renewal. The experience was not symbolic alone. It was embodied, overwhelming, unforgettable. Even today, Modern explorers describe caves as deeply transformative. Some speak of a crushing silence that feels alive, of an enveloping pressure like being held. The psychological association with the womb persists, echoing through the human psyche across time. We may no longer perform ancient rituals of rebirth in these spaces, but the sensation remains. The cave continues to remind us of origins, of beginnings, of the cycles of life that connect us to the earth itself. In the end, the cave as a cosmic womb is not only about ancient beliefs, it is about the timeless human need to understand where we come from and where we are going. Our ancestors may have descended into caves seeking more than shelter. They sought transformation, a chance to dissolve into the mysteries of creation and emerge renewed. Each painting, each carving, each ritualized crawl through a narrow passage was part of that eternal dance of death and rebirth. The caves, then, were not mere shelters or galleries. They were wombs, dark, secretive, alive with presence. To enter them was to risk transformation, to stand on the threshold of the known and unknown. And to leave them was to be born again, carrying the memory of the earth's embrace and the whispers of beings who may still dwell in those depths. For as long as humans have told stories, caves have been depicted as places of encounter, meeting grounds between the human world and the realm of beings beyond our comprehension. In every culture that revered caves, myths and legends emerge of strange entities who dwelled in the shadows, beings who are not quite gods, not quite animals, and not quite human. These myths, passed down for generations, may not simply be fantasy. They may be the folk memory of real experiences our ancestors had in the depths of the earth. The Greeks, masters of mythology, often linked caves to divine presences. The Carytian cave on Mount Parnassus was said to house nymphs, spirit women of the earth who revealed secrets to those who dared enter. In Crete, the Diction cave was believed to be the birthplace of Zeus, where the god was hidden and protected by strange attendants known as the Caretes. These cave-dwelling beings were neither entirely human nor divine. They existed in the in-between, serving as guardians of sacred mysteries. To the ancient Greeks, caves were thresholds, and the beings within them were custodians of hidden truths. Far away, among the Native American Hopi, caves and subterranean chambers take on an equally profound role. The Hopi tell of the ant people, mysterious beings who lived beneath the surface. In times of cataclysm, they guided and sheltered humanity inside the earth, teaching survival and offering protection. The Hopi describe these beings with elongated heads, large eyes, and thin limbs, images strikingly similar to modern depictions of extraterrestrials. Were these simply mythic archetypes, or memories of actual encounters with strange subterranean dwellers? In India, ancient texts speak of the Nagas, serpent beings who live in immense palatial cities beneath the earth and water. These beings were not only feared but also respected, said to guard treasures and profound spiritual knowledge. Yogis and sages often retreated into caves not only to seek enlightenment but also to commune with such beings. Some traditions even suggest that contact with these entities brought wisdom, mantras, and mystical abilities. Here again, caves are framed as more than natural formations. They are gateways into other dimensions inhabited by non-human intelligences. European folklore is dense with tales of cave beings, trolls, dwarfs, and goblins. In Norse tradition, trolls often dwelled in mountains and caves, venturing out only at night. Dwarfs, too, were said to inhabit subterranean realms, where they forged weapons of magical power. To skeptics, these are fairy tales, products of imagination. Yet why do so many cultures, separated by oceans, speak of intelligent non-human dwellers in caves? Why do the descriptions overlap? Guardianship, hidden wisdom, strangeness, danger, and awe. Even the Bible carries whispers of this motif. In the apocryphal book of Enoch, fallen angels are described as descending into the depths, where they impart forbidden knowledge to humankind. Some interpretations place these encounters in mountain caves, hidden places where humans made contact with beings both divine and transgressive. It is not hard to see the parallels with the myths of Nagas, trolls, or the ant people. All involve beings in the deep, interacting with humans, shaping history in secret ways. The psychological interpretation frames these beings as archetypes of the human unconscious, projections of our fears and desires into the darkness of the cave. In this view, the cave is a canvas, and the beings encountered there are reflections of the psyche, the nurturing mother, the trickster, the predator, the guide. But forbidden archaeology dares to ask a different question. What if these myths are memories of real encounters? If caves are liminal spaces where the boundaries between worlds thin, then the beings described in ancient traditions may not be figments of imagination at all, but actual inhabitants of those realms. Some cave art seems to support this idea. Hybrid figures, half human, half animal, appear in deep chambers across Europe. One famous example is the sorcerer of Les Trois-Frères cave in France, a figure with human legs, animal ears, and antlers. Was this a shaman in costume, or a literal depiction of a being encountered in ritual? Many cultures describe cave beings as shapeshifters, able to blur the line between human and animal form. Perhaps the paintings are faithful representations of such encounters, recorded by awestruck eyes. Modern accounts echo these ancient themes. Cave explorers in remote regions occasionally report sensations of being watched, hearing voices, or glimpsing shadowy forms that should not exist. There are stories of sudden lights appearing deep underground, of footsteps echoing when no one else is present. These experiences, though easily dismissed as exhaustion or sensory distortion, eerily mirror the ancient myths of encounters in the deep. Could it be that the same beings still dwell there, hidden away from the surface world, revealing themselves only to those who dare venture too far? The symbolic power of these myths is undeniable. Caves, as the Earth's hidden chambers, naturally suggest guardianship. If one is to descend into the womb of the Earth, it follows that one might meet the midwives of transformation, the beings who oversee thresholds, who test initiates, who impart hidden knowledge. Whether spirit, memory, or reality, these beings embody the human fascination with the unseen. They keep alive the possibility that we are not alone, that the world is populated not only by animals and humans but by an array of intelligences sharing our planet from the shadows. What makes these myths so compelling is their universality. From Greece to India, from Native America to Northern Europe, the pattern repeats. Beings dwell in the earth, in caves, in hidden realms. They are keepers of secrets, sometimes benevolent, sometimes dangerous, always powerful. For our ancestors, encountering them was both a terror and a blessing, a brush with forces beyond comprehension. For us, they remain tantalizing puzzles, suggesting that the line between myth and memory is far thinner than we like to admit. The deeper we look, the clearer the question becomes. Were these cave beings creations of imagination, or did our ancestors truly meet something in the shadows? The stories, paintings, and rituals suggest that encounters in the deep were not isolated events, but central to humanity's spiritual and cultural development. Perhaps the myths are not telling us what our ancestors dreamed, but what they saw. In nearly every ancient culture, there is a figure who walks the boundary between the human and the otherworldly, one who dares to venture where others fear to tread. This figure is the shaman, the intermediary, the gatekeeper, the one who can descend into the darkness and return with wisdom. In the context of ancient caves, it is almost impossible to imagine that these deep, dangerous chambers were entered casually. The risks were immense: treacherous paths, suffocating darkness, and the constant threat of getting lost forever. Yet our ancestors went in. And many scholars believe it was the shamans who led them, guiding initiates, conducting rituals, and serving as mediators with the beings said to dwell in the depths. The role of the shaman is not merely that of a healer or storyteller. In its oldest form, shamanism is about traversal, moving between worlds. The shaman's task is to enter altered states of consciousness, communicate with spirits, and bring back knowledge for the survival of the tribe. Caves, with their womb-like enclosures and sensory deprivation, were natural theatres for this role. To enter the cave was to symbolically, and perhaps literally, step into another dimension, and the shaman was the one who knew the way. Evidence of this role emerges in cave art itself. Many hybrid figures painted deep underground appear shamanic. Take the famous sorcerer of Les Trois-Frères, a figure with antlers, an animal's tail, and human limbs, painted in a chamber accessible only by crawling through a tight passage. To mainstream archaeologists, this may represent a shaman dressed in ritual costume, perhaps mid-transformation during a trance. But to others, it may be more literal, a record of the shaman's encounter with beings who defied ordinary classification. Either way, the connection is clear. These figures are mediators, bridging the gap between human and non-human, the seen and the unseen. The process of becoming a shaman was itself a symbolic death and rebirth. Initiates often endured ordeals, fasting, isolation, exposure to extreme conditions, meant to strip them of ordinary identity. Caves provided the perfect setting for such transformations. Imagine the initiate, crawling into the earth's belly under the guidance of an elder, deprived of light and sound until the mind conjured visions. In those visions, the initiate would meet spirits, ancestors, or otherworldly beings. Upon emerging, they were no longer simply human. They were reborn as shamans, marked by their ability to navigate the shadowy realms. The shaman as gatekeeper also explains the placement of certain cave paintings. Many of the strangest figures appear in remote, hard-to-access chambers. Ordinary tribespeople may never have seen them. These images may not have been meant for public viewing at all, but as tools or records for shamanic use. Perhaps the walls themselves were ritual canvases, their symbols activated only during ceremonies led by the shaman. In this sense, the art was not static decoration but a living interface between the tribe and the hidden world. Cross-cultural comparisons reinforce this idea. Among Siberian shamans, caves were seen as entrances to the underworld, places where the shaman would descend to retrieve lost souls or bargain with spirits. In ancient Mesoamerica, shamans used caves to communicate with ancestors and gods, often performing blood rituals to open the gates between realms. In Celtic tradition, caves and underground mounds were entrances to the other world, accessible only with the guidance of druids or shamans. The pattern is clear. Caves are thresholds, and the shaman is the key holder. The forbidden archaeology perspective suggests an even more provocative angle. If shamans were truly mediators, then who were they mediating with? Some researchers argue that shamanic visions were not hallucinations but real interactions with non-human intelligences, perhaps entities that exist in dimensions overlapping our own. The cave, in this view, was not simply a psychological theater but an actual portal. The shaman was not imagining beings but encountering them, negotiating knowledge that was passed to humanity in secret. Even the tools found in caves support this possibility. Traces of psychoactive substances have been discovered in some prehistoric contexts, suggesting that altered states were deliberately induced. Combined with the sensory deprivation of the caves, these substances would have propelled shamans into realities that felt entirely real. Whether we interpret these as hallucinations or contacts, the result was the same. The shaman returned with visions, teachings, and power that shaped the tribe's worldview. The shaman's role as gatekeeper was not without danger. Many myths emphasize the peril of the journey, the risk of madness, death, or never returning from the spirit realm. In this sense, the shaman carried the burden of walking where others could not, confronting the beings of the cave directly. Perhaps this is why so many depictions of shamans show them as hybrids. They bore the marks of their encounters, no longer fully human, transformed by the shadows they had touched. Modern anthropology acknowledges the psychological depth of shamanism, but it often shies away from the possibility that something external was involved. Yet countless testimonies, from prehistoric art to indigenous traditions to modern explorers, suggest continuity. The cave shaman, ancient and modern, speaks of beings in the dark, voices from the stone, presences that teach, test, or terrify. These accounts may not be easily dismissed as mere imagination. They echo too strongly across time. The figure of the shaman also reveals why caves became such enduring sacred sites. Without a mediator, the cave is terrifying, overwhelming, even hostile. With a shaman, the cave becomes navigable, meaningful, transformative. The shaman gave the tribe access to the womb of the earth and the beings within it, ensuring that encounters in the deep were survivable and beneficial. Without them, humanity might never have ventured so far, never have recorded the strange art that still haunts us today. In the shadows of ancient caves, the shaman stood as both guide and gatekeeper. They carried torches not only of fire but of knowledge, illuminating the hidden worlds where others feared to look. Whether they encountered spirits, archetypes, or entities beyond our comprehension, they returned with visions that shaped culture, myth, and identity. The cave was the portal, but without the shaman, the door remained closed. And so, when we gaze upon the hybrid figures, the undeciphered symbols, and the deep chamber paintings, we may be looking not at the work of ordinary hands but at the legacy of shamans, those who dared to descend, those who met the beings in the dark, those who stood between humanity and the unknown. Their shadow still lingers on the cave walls, whispering that the deepest mysteries of our past were guarded not by kings or warriors, but by shamans, the true gatekeepers of the Earth's hidden realms. When explorers and archaeologists first crawled into the labyrinthine chambers of Europe's Paleolithic caves, they expected to find paintings, carvings, and perhaps the remains of ancient campfires. What they did not expect, however, were the bones, scattered, piled, or deliberately arranged deep in the dark where no ordinary person would have lived. These remains, belonging to both humans and animals, continue to stir debate and unease. Were they offerings, victims of ritual sacrifice, or simply the residue of natural processes? The deeper we look, the more the bones in the darkness seem to whisper of forgotten practices and encounters too strange to easily explain. Some of the most famous discoveries come from Chauvet Cave in France, where researchers found the bones of cave bears. Littering chambers adorned with stunning art. These massive creatures had clearly used the caves as dens, but in certain spots, the arrangement of skulls feels far too deliberate to be accidental. In one chamber, a bear skull was placed carefully upon a stone slab, as if positioned for ritual display. Was this the work of humans who revered, or feared, the bear, treating it as a spiritual guardian of the cave? Or was it an echo of a forgotten ceremony, one in which bones acted as bridges to the unseen? Lascaux, too, contains mysteries. In the famous shaft scene, a dying bison is painted alongside a bird-headed human figure. At the base of this panel, bones and objects were found, leading some scholars to suggest that this chamber was used for ritual reenactments of mythic stories. The presence of human and animal remains nearby blurs the line between art and sacrificial space. Was this shaft a theatre of death, where bones testified to ceremonies of transformation? Even more haunting are the remains of humans found in caves across Europe. At Gough's Cave in England, 14,700-year-old bones reveal signs of deliberate modification. Human skulls were carefully shaped into bowls, suggesting ritual use of the dead. Whether these were ceremonial drinking vessels, offerings to spirits, or tools of shamanic practice, they reveal a worldview where the boundary between life and death was porous, where bones carried sacred power. In Spain's El Sidrón Cave, the remains of Neanderthals tell an equally unsettling story. Bones show signs of cannibalism, with cut marks indicating deliberate butchery. Was this simple survival in times of scarcity, or was it part of a ritual practice involving the consumption of kin? The fact that such acts occurred deep underground suggests that caves were chosen deliberately, perhaps to amplify the spiritual weight of the act. In the darkness, surrounded by echoes, the eating of flesh may have been seen not merely as sustenance but as communion with ancestors or with unseen beings who dwelled in the cave. The placement of bones is often as mysterious as their presence. At TUC Dieuderbert, clay models of bison were discovered near footprints and skeletal remains, as though participants staged elaborate rituals combining art, performance, and sacrifice. The mingling of animal effigies with bones hints at ceremonies meant to bridge worlds, symbolic animals brought to life alongside the remains of real creatures. Forbidden archaeology pushes these mysteries further. Could the arrangement of bones indicate attempts to communicate with other intelligences? Some theorists argue that skulls placed on stone slabs or aligned in patterns were not only offerings but messages, ritual configurations designed to attract or appease non-human entities in the depths. If caves were portals, then bones may have been tokens of passage, offerings left at the threshold of other worlds. Mythological traditions echo this theme. In Norse lore, sacrifices of animals and humans were often made in caves and underground groves, their bones left as tributes to the gods of the underworld. The Greeks spoke of oracles who communed with spirits in caverns where bones of the dead were interred. In many Native American traditions, bones were seen as vessels of power, retaining the essence of the being even after flesh had gone. By leaving bones in caves, ancient people may have believed they were charging the earth with life force, a sacred energy that allowed communication with beings beyond. Some bones tell of encounters that defy ordinary explanation. At certain sites, animal remains include species not native to the region, as if creatures were brought specifically into the cave for ritual purposes. In others, human bones are found alongside strange markings or symbols, suggesting that the dead were incorporated into ceremonies involving cave art. What role did these individuals play? Were they honored elders, sacrificed victims, or chosen intermediaries whose remains anchored the presence of spirits? Modern forensic techniques add more intrigue. Studies of isotopes in bones reveal unusual diets for some cave dwellers, suggesting that those interred in caves may have lived apart from the rest of their communities. Were these shamans or outcasts, people whose bones were deliberately placed in sacred spaces because of their liminal roles? The evidence is fragmentary, but the implication is haunting. The bones we find may not be random at all, but carefully chosen and positioned by societies whose rituals we barely understand. There is also the strange phenomenon of bones found in positions that suggest careful arrangement, not the scatter of natural decay. Skulls placed upright, long bones laid side by side, or remains gathered into piles hint at deliberate human action. And yet, in some cases, no tools or other artifacts are found nearby, making the purpose of these arrangements even more mysterious. Standing before such remains in the flickering torchlight of exploration, modern archaeologists often describe a profound sense of presence, as though the bones themselves are watching. They are more than relics, they are silent participants in ancient rituals, echoes of ceremonies that bound humans, animals, and unseen forces together. Each skull, each femur, each jawbone carries with it a story lost to time, but not entirely silenced. In the end, the bones in the darkness force us to confront a difficult truth. Our ancestors did not see life and death as we do. To them, bones were not waste, not mere remnants of the dead, but sacred objects infused with power. By leaving them in caves, arranging them, or transforming them into ritual tools, they engaged in a dialogue with the unseen. The caves, in this sense, were not tombs or trash heaps. They were sanctuaries, places where the bones of the living and the dead alike could serve as offerings, conduits, and messages to the mysterious beings of the underworld. Even now, when we gaze upon those ancient remains, we feel a shiver of recognition. The bones speak, though we cannot understand their full language. They remind us that the caves were never empty. They were filled with life, with death, with ritual, and with presences that walked in the shadows beside our ancestors. The bones remain as proof, silent but unignorable, that the darkness of the caves was alive with mystery, and perhaps with encounters too strange to ever forget. Step into the torchlit passage of an ancient cave, and among the handprints and animal shapes, another kind of symbol appears, one less obvious, yet strangely persistent. The spiral, the serpent, coiling lines that twist inward endlessly, or snake-like figures etched with deliberate strokes. These are not random doodles, nor are they as straightforward as the depictions of bison or horses. Instead, they seem to embody an idea, a code, a message that has echoed across cultures and continents for thousands of years. Why did our ancestors carve spirals and serpentine shapes into the walls of the deep earth? Were these symbols artistic flourishes, sacred icons, or something more, a language of power meant for the beings who dwelled in the darkness? Archaeologists first noticed the recurrence of spirals in caves across Europe, particularly in association with deep chambers seldom visited by ordinary groups. At sites like Gavrinas in France, spirals dominate the carved stone slabs leading into megalithic passage graves, their forms winding inward like portals. Within caves themselves, spirals are often etched near entrances to narrow shafts or deep tunnels. Could these be markers, signifying gateways not just to deeper chambers of stone, but to other realms of existence? The serpent, too, slithers through ancient cave art. In Australia's indigenous traditions, the rainbow serpent is a cosmic being associated with underground rivers and caverns. Depicted in winding lines that resemble both snakes and watercourses, it represents creation, destruction, and the hidden power of the earth. Strikingly, similar serpent motifs appear in Mesoamerican art, with Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, being both a god of wisdom and a bridge between worlds. Even in the caves of Paleolithic Europe, long undulating lines may symbolize serpents, suggesting that this image was embedded in human consciousness long before organized religion. Why the spiral? Why the serpent? Both shapes share a common theme: endlessness. The spiral leads the eye inward, suggesting descent, initiation, or the journey into the unknown. The serpent coils, sheds its skin, and represents renewal, death, and rebirth. In caves, places where life, death, and mystery intertwined, these symbols may have been visual prayers, reminders of cosmic cycles, or invitations to transformation. The fact that spirals appear in cultures separated by oceans suggests a universal significance. Some researchers propose that these symbols reflect altered states of consciousness experienced by shamans during rituals. Spirals, zigzags, and serpentine forms are among the most common patterns reported in visions triggered by trance, fasting, or hallucinogens. In this view, cave art may record not only what people saw in the physical world, but what they experienced in visionary states. Caves, with their isolation and darkness, would have amplified these experiences, making them temples of vision where spirals and serpents became the language of the unseen. Forbidden archaeology suggests another possibility. Spirals are often interpreted as depictions of energy, vortexes, whirlpools, or even portals. Some theorists believe that spirals mark locations where the Earth's energy is strongest, serving as maps or warnings for initiates. The serpent, often associated with underground waters and currents, could symbolize these same flows of energy, manifesting as beings or forces encountered in caves. Could it be that our ancestors understood the Earth as alive with energies that manifested visually as spirals and serpents? And if so, were they carving these symbols to communicate with those forces, or to appease them? Consider the enigmatic carvings at Newgrange in Ireland, where triple spirals dominate the entrance stone of the passage tomb. The site is aligned with the winter solstice sunrise, a moment of cosmic rebirth. The spirals seem to encode cycles of time, sun, and spirit. Now compare this with spirals carved in deep caves thousands of miles away. The pattern repeats: spiral equals passage, serpent equals guardian. It is as if humanity carried with it a subconscious lexicon of symbols meant for the sacred depths. There is also the possibility that these symbols represent beings themselves. Many traditions describe serpent-like entities encountered in visions or sacred caves. The Aztecs and Maya saw Quetzalcoatl not only as a god but as a teacher, a bringer of knowledge who emerged from beneath the earth. The Hopi speak of the snake clan, who trace their ancestry to beings who lived in the underworld. In Hindu mythology, Nagas, serpentine beings, inhabit subterranean palaces and interact with humanity. Could the serpent carvings be literal depictions of the entities our ancestors believed they encountered in the shadows? The spiral might also be more than symbolic. It could represent movement through time and space. Some have suggested that spirals depict star patterns, galaxies, or even wormhole-like pathways seen in altered states. If caves were considered portals, then the spiral may have been the map, a reminder of the journey inward and beyond. The combination of serpents and spirals thus becomes especially intriguing. Both signify transition, rebirth, and energy. Together, they may have formed a sacred code shared among ancient cultures, a way to signify that the cave was not merely a shelter, but a gateway. Skeptics argue that spirals are simple shapes, easily produced by humans, and that serpents are common animals, naturally inspiring imagery. Yet this does not explain why these symbols were placed in the deepest, darkest chambers, areas that required effort, danger, and ritual to access. If the intent was mere decoration, why hide it in the inaccessible depths? The placement itself suggests sacred purpose. These symbols were not meant for casual viewing. They were part of ceremonies, visions, or communications with forces beyond the ordinary. Imagine standing in a cave 20,000 years ago. Torches flicker, shadows twist across the walls. A shaman traces a spiral into the stone, chanting, while others drum or hum. The spiral becomes more than a drawing. It becomes a portal, a guide for the spirit's journey inward. Nearby, a serpent. Figure warns of the guardian that dwells in the darkness, or perhaps summons it. The cave becomes alive, the art becomes a ritual, and the symbols become the language of encounter. Even today, when we see these spirals and serpents, something stirs within us. They feel familiar, as if tapping into a memory buried deep in the human psyche. They whisper of cycles, journeys, and hidden beings. They remind us that caves were not mere shelters of survival but theaters of initiation, places where the human and the otherworldly met in ritual, art, and vision. The serpent slithers, the spiral turns, and both draw us deeper into the mystery of who, or what, our ancestors believed waited in the shadows of the earth. Long before the invention of music halls or temples, caves served as nature's first cathedrals. Step into one, and the ordinary sound of a voice transforms into something unearthly. Words echo, multiply, and seem to hover in the air long after they are spoken. Drumming reverberates until it feels as though the walls themselves are alive, vibrating with hidden power. Our ancestors did not miss this. They chose chambers with the most unusual acoustics for their art, rituals, and gatherings, turning caves into sanctuaries of sound where echoes were not just noise but messages from the unseen. Archaeologists studying prehistoric caves have repeatedly noticed a striking correlation. The locations of cave paintings often coincide with areas of unusual acoustic resonance. In the caves of France and Spain, such as Lascaux and Altamira, paintings of bison and horses are frequently found in chambers where a simple clap produces a deep, lingering echo. Researchers believe this was no accident. The artists selected specific chambers because sound behaved differently there, transforming ritual chants or drumming into otherworldly experiences. The walls themselves seemed to sing. Imagine standing in pitch blackness, a torch flickering at your side. A shaman begins to chant, their voice bouncing through the chamber, multiplied, distorted, becoming the growl of an animal or the voice of a spirit. The audience is not just one human voice, but a chorus, unseen beings answering from the dark. To Paleolithic people, these acoustic illusions must have felt like proof that they were not alone, that the spirits of animals, ancestors, or cave-dwelling beings were responding. Modern acoustic analysis has revealed just how deliberate this connection might have been. Studies in caves like Chauvet show that paintings of hoofed animals often appear in chambers where echoes mimic the sound of galloping. In other words, the cave was a kind of interactive theater. The sound of stomping feet or clapping hands made the painted animals come alive through sound. This blending of art and acoustics created an immersive experience, part performance, part ritual, that bound the community to both the seen and unseen world. But resonance in caves was not only about sound, it was about altered perception. Extended exposure to deep resonant tones can shift human consciousness, inducing trance-like states. Shamans may have used these acoustic properties to guide initiates into visionary journeys, aided by the cave's natural architecture. A single drumbeat in such a chamber can feel like the heartbeat of the earth itself, grounding the participant in a cosmic rhythm. In these conditions, encountering spirits, serpents, or beings from the deep may not have been metaphorical but felt viscerally real. The connection between sound and the sacred is not limited to Europe. In Native American traditions, caves and canyons were considered places where the voices of the ancestors could be heard. Echoes were interpreted as spirits replying to prayer. In Mexico, the sacred cave of Chalcatzingo was linked to thunder gods, with carvings showing figures emerging from gaping cave mouths surrounded by cloud and rain motifs. These depictions suggest that the booming echo of caves was directly associated with thunder, the voice of deities reverberating. Underground. In India, yogis retreated into Himalayan caves not only for solitude but also for their unique acoustic qualities. Sacred chants such as Om were said to resonate differently in caves, creating a direct connection to cosmic vibration. The resonance was not merely symbolic, it was experienced as a tangible, vibrational link to higher states of being. Even today, spiritual practitioners seek caves for meditation because sound behaves in ways that enhance the feeling of immersion and transcendence. Forbidden archaeology takes these insights one step further, asking whether ancient people used caves as sound chambers to contact non-human intelligences. Some researchers suggest that specific frequencies could act as a bridge, opening consciousness to other dimensions. The unusual acoustics may have amplified brainwave patterns, creating conditions ripe for visionary encounters. Were the beings our ancestors reported in caves products of imagination, or did resonance open a doorway that allowed contact? The overlap between myth, sound, and altered state cannot be ignored. There is also the possibility that certain caves were chosen not just for resonance but for infrasound, the deep, rumbling vibrations below human hearing. Modern science shows that infrasound can cause feelings of unease, visions, and even apparitions. Some caves naturally produce these low vibrations due to wind or water movement. If ancient people entered such caves, they may have felt a powerful sense of presence, as if the cave itself were alive or inhabited by unseen beings. This could explain why many traditions describe caves as doorways to the underworld, guarded by spirits whose voices rumbled from the depths. The integration of sound into ritual also explains why some bones and artifacts appear in specific acoustic chambers. Participants may have offered sacrifices where echoes were strongest, believing those spots to be sacred amplifiers. The cave, in this sense, was a giant instrument, its walls, ceilings, and chambers carefully tuned to the frequencies of ritual. Every clap, chant, or drumbeat was magnified, carrying prayers into the earth or summoning beings from the shadows. Picture a Paleolithic ceremony. Torches flicker, smoke curls upward, painted animals glow in the light. The shaman beats a drum, and the sound rolls like thunder, filling the chamber. A chant begins, and the echo transforms it into a dialogue. The people feel the presence of the bison, the serpent, the spirits of the dead. In that moment, the cave is not stone but a living, breathing entity, a gateway between worlds. The sound is the key, and resonance unlocks the door. Even in the modern era, when explorers and scientists enter these caves, they often describe a sense of awe and unease triggered by sound. A whisper feels amplified, a single footstep resounds like a drum. These effects remind us that caves were never silent. They were alive with voices, some human, some perhaps not. The echoes of the underworld remain one of the most haunting aspects of cave mysteries. They remind us that sound was not entertainment for our ancestors but a sacred force, a bridge between worlds. Through resonance, the cave itself became an oracle, speaking in thunder, whisper, and song. And perhaps, when ancient people stood in those chambers, listening to their voices return as something strange and unearthly, they were not only hearing echoes of themselves, but echoes of the beings who have always dwelled in the deep. When archaeologists first illuminated the deepest walls of Paleolithic caves, they expected to find animals, bison, horses, mammoths, etched and painted with astonishing skill. And indeed, these creatures dominate the scenes. But then came the surprises, figures that were neither wholly animal nor entirely human. A man with antlers. A body with the head of a bird. a shadowy figure with both feline features and upright posture. These hybrids seem to stand at the threshold between species, between worlds, as if guarding the mysteries of the caves themselves. One of the most famous examples comes from Les Troisfriers in France. Known simply as the sorcerer, this figure is painted high above the ground, in a place difficult to access. With antlers, a human torso, the face of an owl, and the legs of a man, the sorcerer seems to preside over the cave like a guardian spirit. Scholars debate whether this was a shaman in costume, representing transformation into animal form, or a literal depiction of a being encountered during ritual. Either way, its placement, overlooking the chamber, suggests authority. This was no ordinary painting. It was a marker, a protector, and perhaps a gatekeeper to the mysteries enacted below. Hybrid beings appear elsewhere, too. In Chauvet Cave, deep within the labyrinth, a panel shows a creature with a lion's head and a human body. Its expression is ambiguous. Is it a predator, a spirit, or an ancestor? The fact that lions were apex predators in Europe at the time adds weight. To portray a lion-human hybrid was to invoke awe and fear, to blend human intelligence with animal strength. This figure may have represented the fusion of human and beast, or perhaps the beings believed to dwell in the cave's depths, powerful, terrifying, and otherworldly. The presence of bird-headed figures also raises questions. In Lascaux's famous shaft scene, a bird-headed man appears alongside a dying bison and a broken spear. Some interpret this as a hunting accident or mythic story. Others suggest it represents a shaman who has taken on bird form during trance. Birds, after all, are creatures of transition, between earth and sky, life and death. A man with a bird's head could symbolize the ability to cross realms, to communicate with spirits, or even to ascend beyond the physical world. Why do these hybrids appear so consistently in sacred spaces? One explanation lies in shamanic tradition. Across cultures, shamans are described as donning animal skins, horns, or feathers to embody the powers of the animal world. In trance states, they report transforming into animals, flying with birds, hunting with wolves, or seeing with the eyes of a predator. Hybrid cave figures could therefore represent the visual record of these experiences, moments when humans crossed into animal consciousness, depicted for future generations to remember and revere. But another interpretation is more unsettling. What if these hybrids were not symbolic at all, but literal encounters? Many cultures describe beings that are part animal, part human. The Egyptian gods with animal heads, the Hindu deities with animal forms, the European legends of satyrs, centaurs, and bird women. Could these images reflect memories of real entities, encountered in the liminal spaces of caves where human reality overlapped with something stranger? If caves were gateways, perhaps the beings who dwelled there were not fully of this world, and the hybrids were their portraits. Forbidden archaeology theorists push this idea further. They propose that these figures could represent genetic memories, encounters with beings who shared our world in deep prehistory, creatures who blurred the boundary between human and animal. The sorcerer of Les Troisfriers, for instance, could be more than a costume or vision. It could be evidence that our ancestors met something, or someone, whose form did not conform to natural categories. The cave paintings may then be records, not metaphors. The role of these hybrids as guardians is reinforced by their placement. They often appear at liminal points, entrances to deeper chambers, ceilings above ritual areas, or transitional spaces where art gives way to darkness. This positioning suggests function. They may have been perceived as protectors, warning against casual entry, or as guides, showing the way for those ready to pass into the deeper mysteries. Much like temple guardians in later cultures, statues of lions, dragons, or hybrid deities, these cave beings may have served as symbolic, or real, threshold keepers. Mythologies across the world echo this theme. In ancient Egypt, Anubis, the jackal-headed god, presided over the tomb, guiding souls into the underworld. In Mesopotamia, Lamassu, winged human-headed bulls, guarded entrances to sacred spaces. In Greece, the satyrs and Pan, half-man and half-goat, haunted caves and wild groves. The universality of hybrid guardians suggests a common root, the belief that the passage between worlds is dangerous, and that only beings who straddle categories can stand at the gates. The cave hybrids may have been their earliest forms, etched into stone tens of thousands of years before written myth. The psychological explanation is compelling but incomplete. Hybrids, some argue, are projections of the human imagination, born from a desire to merge qualities: strength of the lion, vision of the owl, flight of the bird. They embody our longing for power and our fear of losing humanity. But again, why are these figures concentrated in caves, places of ritual, initiation, and contact? If imagination alone were the cause, wouldn't we find such figures scattered more broadly in open-air art? The cave setting suggests more direct experiences, visionary or otherwise, with entities that demanded recognition as hybrid guardians. Modern accounts of cave exploration add eerie resonance. Some spelunkers report sensations of being watched, of shadowy figures with animal-like features glimpsed in torchlight. Though easily dismissed as fatigue or suggestion, these accounts parallel the ancient art. Perhaps the caves themselves induce encounters, with the psyche, with altered states, or with beings beyond explanation. The hybrids painted on cave walls may be reminders. Others have been here before, and they too saw the guardians in the shadows. Standing before these figures today, we cannot help but feel the weight of their presence. They are not playful doodles or abstract symbols. They are solemn, haunting, alive. The sorcerer gazes down as though judging those who dare enter. The lion-headed man stands as a sentinel of power. The bird-headed figure reminds us that crossing into the cave is crossing into another realm. They are guardians, yes, but perhaps also warnings. The hybrid beings of cave art blur every boundary between human and animal, life and death, vision and reality. They are liminal, existing in the spaces in between, much like the caves themselves. Whether symbolic costumes of shamans, visions of trance, or literal encounters with non-human intelligences, they served as protectors of the threshold, ensuring that only the worthy could enter the sacred depths. And in their haunting forms, they remind us that the caves were not empty places of survival, but gateways, watched over by beings who still guard their secrets in silence. Among the torches and flickering shadows of the world's most mysterious caves, one encounters something even more baffling than art or bones. Hidden among the animals, spirals, and handprints are patterns, alignments, and markings that hint at advanced knowledge. Knowledge that should have been far beyond the reach of Paleolithic hunters. These traces raise a chilling question. Were our ancestors recording wisdom inherited from forgotten civilizations, or even passed down by beings not entirely human? The first puzzle lies in the astonishing astronomical precision found in cave records. At Lascaux in France, scholars noticed that clusters of dots above certain animal figures seem to correspond to constellations. The 7 dots above a bull-like figure align strikingly with the Pleiades, while other arrangements echo Orion and Taurus. If this interpretation is correct, then these cave paintings are not merely depictions of animals but star maps, proof that Paleolithic humans track the heavens with an accuracy thought impossible for their era. In Altamira, Spain, researchers have detected similar alignments, with paintings of animals placed in patterns that may reflect seasonal skies. If these correlations hold, then cave art served not only spiritual or ritual purposes but also scientific ones. Could it be that the caves were sacred observatories, where the mysteries of the cosmos were encoded in stone? And if so, where did this knowledge originate? Did Paleolithic tribes discover it themselves, or were they inheriting fragments from an earlier, lost culture? The sophistication extends beyond the stars. Some caves display geometric patterns, grids, zigzags, and lattice-like engravings that resemble mathematical diagrams. In France's La Pasiega cave, a series of abstract markings has defied interpretation for decades. Some argue they represent tally marks or records of time, perhaps calendars based on lunar cycles. If so, this would mean that people tens of thousands of years ago were not only painting animals but also developing complex symbolic systems, precursors to written language. These markings could be the faint echoes of a forgotten literacy, rudimentary scripts that survived in caves long after their creators vanished. Then there are the engineering puzzles. At sites in India, like the Ellora and Ajanta cave complexes, later cultures carved massive subterranean temples directly into rock. Though these are far younger than Paleolithic caves, they demonstrate a continuity of tradition, advanced stoneworking knowledge linked to the underworld. Some fringe researchers suggest that the idea of hollowing out entire chambers may have originated far earlier, passed down from civilizations now lost to history. Were the small-scale Paleolithic carvings the seed of techniques that blossomed millennia later? Even more enigmatic are the mysterious artifacts sometimes found in caves. In South Africa, stone spheres with perfectly balanced grooves, known as Klerksdorp spheres, have been uncovered in mining operations. Though controversial, some claim they date back billions of years, challenging conventional timelines. While not directly linked to cave art, Their discovery in subterranean contexts fuels the idea that caves may harbor relics of forgotten ages, objects left behind by unknown hands. One cannot ignore the parallels to myths of lost civilizations. Plato's story of Atlantis speaks of a once great culture that vanished beneath the waves, leaving only fragments of its wisdom. In Mesoamerican traditions, the Olmecs and Maya describe ancestors emerging from caves, carrying with them knowledge of the stars and sacred calendars. Across the world, caves are not just shelters, they are wombs of civilization, the places where wisdom was born or preserved. Could it be that some caves actually contain the surviving records of these lost cultures? Forbidden archaeology enthusiasts argue that certain cave engravings bear uncanny resemblance to advanced concepts. For instance, spirals may not only symbolize spiritual journeys but also reflect knowledge of vortices, energy fields, or even galactic formations. Zigzag lines could represent lightning, water flow, or even energy currents mapped long before modern science. Some markings resemble binary sequences or tally marks, suggestive of proto-mathematics. These traces, they argue, are evidence of a sophisticated worldview that did not emerge spontaneously but was inherited. Skeptics dismiss such claims, arguing that humans have always been capable of abstract thought and that we underestimate Paleolithic creativity. They see no need to invoke lost civilizations or advanced beings. And yet, the sheer precision of astronomical correlations, the persistence of mathematical-like patterns, and the global similarities in symbols raise uncomfortable questions. Why did so many distant cultures fixate on the same shapes, spirals, grids, stars, etched in their deepest sanctuaries? Consider this. Caves were not random canvases. They were chosen carefully, often in places difficult to access, where rituals demanded effort and danger. If the purpose was merely artistic, why go so deep? But if the intent was to preserve knowledge meant for initiates or for the distant future, then the depth makes sense. The caves became vaults, safe from weather, erosion, and even the collapse of civilizations. The paintings and carvings endure because they were meant to endure. What if we are misinterpreting the role of caves? Instead of viewing them only as sites of ritual, we might see them as libraries, preserving fragments of wisdom across cataclysms. In times of flood, famine, or ice age, surface monuments may have vanished, but caves protected the records. If so, then the advanced traces we find are not anomalies. They are the deliberate legacy of civilizations we no longer remember. Standing in the silent chambers of Lascaux or Chauvet, one feels the weight of this possibility. The dots above the animals may be more than decoration. They may be calendars, instructions, or warnings. The spirals and grids may be keys to knowledge lost in the mists of time. The hybrids may not only represent shamans but also teachers from vanished worlds. Whether born of human ingenuity or inherited from forgotten ancestors, the traces of advanced knowledge in caves refuse to be ignored. They suggest that human history is not a simple upward climb from primitive to sophisticated but a cycle, where wisdom is gained, lost, and rediscovered. And if caves are the last repositories of this lost wisdom, then perhaps the key to understanding humanity's forgotten past still lies in the depths, waiting for those brave enough to read the records etched in darkness. Throughout history, caves have served as time capsules, preserving bones, paintings, and tools that whisper stories of early humanity. Yet, occasionally, what emerges from the depths of these caverns defies not only expectation but also logic. These are the forbidden artifacts, objects that should not exist according to mainstream timelines. They raise disturbing questions. If these artifacts are authentic, then entire chapters of human history may need rewriting. Take, for example, the case of the so-called London hammer, discovered in 1936 in Texas. Encased in solid rock supposedly dated to more than 100 million years old, the hammer appears to be a modern tool, its handle partially fossilized, its metal head unusually resistant to rust. How could such an object exist within rock strata formed long before humans were believed to walk the earth? Skeptics argue contamination, but supporters insist it represents a relic of a lost civilization, one that wielded technology long before accepted history allows. Then there are the mysterious Klerksdorp spheres found in South Africa. Perfectly rounded, with grooves carved along their equators, these metallic spheres were discovered in Precambrian deposits estimated at billions of years old. According to conventional science, no intelligent beings should have existed then. Geologists explain them as natural mineral formations, yet their precision and symmetry baffle even experts. Could they be relics of an advanced culture predating humanity, or evidence of visitors from beyond Earth? In 1991, in a cave system near the Ural Mountains of Russia, miners stumbled upon tiny, spiral-shaped objects made of tungsten and molybdenum. Some measured only a fraction of a millimeter, crafted with an intricacy suggesting advanced machining. Scientists claimed they were at least 20,000 years old. But how could Paleolithic people, who supposedly had only stone tools, have produced such technology? Were these micro-artifacts remnants of a lost high-tech society? Or had they somehow been left behind by beings whose knowledge eclipsed ours? Caves in China and India also contain artifacts that unsettle archaeologists. In certain caverns of the Himalayas, strange metallic discs were unearthed, later referred to as the Dropa stones. Engraved with spiral grooves resembling microscopic writing, they allegedly told the story of an ancient crash landing of beings from the stars. Though heavily disputed and often dismissed as hoaxes, the Dropa stones continue to captivate forbidden archaeology circles. Their existence, even if unproven, reflects the persistent legends linking caves with visitors from beyond. Equally baffling is the discovery of maps and carvings etched on stone walls deep in caves, seemingly depicting coastlines as they existed thousands of years before modern geography. Some of these carvings match the outlines of now submerged landmasses. If authentic, they suggest advanced cartographic knowledge long before recorded civilization. How could people dwelling in caves possess accurate depictions of terrains hidden beneath ancient seas? Skeletal remains, too, fall into this forbidden category. In caves across North America, bones of giants, humanoid beings standing over 9 feet tall, have been reported. Native traditions speak of such beings, often describing them as cannibalistic or godlike. Skeptics dismiss these as misidentified animal bones or fabrications, but old newspaper clippings and local legends give the claims persistence. If even one of these finds were verified, it would rewrite our understanding of human evolution. The deeper one digs, the more unsettling the pattern becomes. Caves seem to harbor anomalies that mainstream science is reluctant to confront. This reluctance is often framed as preservation of academic integrity, but forbidden archaeology researchers argue it is more like suppression. If these artifacts were accepted as real, then entire academic disciplines, history, anthropology, geology, would have to be revised. The consequences would be nothing short of revolutionary. And yet, even when debunked or contested, these artifacts serve a purpose. They expose the fragile boundaries of what we know about the past. Consider how often impossible discoveries later forced paradigm shifts. For centuries, humans believed Earth was the center of the universe until Copernicus proved otherwise. For decades, the idea of continental drift was ridiculed until plate tectonics confirmed it. What if forbidden artifacts represent the next great paradigm shift, clues that advanced knowledge existed long before we dared to believe? The psychological impact of these discoveries cannot be overstated. For the casual observer, they evoke wonder. For the scholar, they evoke unease. If human civilization is far older and more advanced than recorded history claims, then what else have we forgotten? If beings other than humans left their mark in caves, then what does that mean for our place in the cosmos? One intriguing angle is the recurring presence of metallurgy in these forbidden finds. From the London Hammer's iron head to the Ural Spiral's tungsten, the theme of advanced metalwork persists. According to official history, metallurgy did not emerge until around 6,000 years ago. If artifacts millions of years old truly display metal craftsmanship, then either history is drastically incomplete, or some non-human intelligence intervened. Caves, with their protective environments, could easily preserve such artifacts through deep time. Unlike surface ruins, they shield objects from weather, erosion, and destruction. This raises an unsettling possibility. What if caves were deliberately used as vaults by advanced beings to hide their tools, knowledge, or even warnings for future generations? Each forbidden discovery may not be random but part of a hidden legacy intentionally preserved. Of course, skeptics caution against leaping to conclusions. Natural processes can create symmetrical stones, contamination can mislead dating, and hoaxes have fooled even seasoned researchers. Yet the sheer volume of these anomalies across the globe demands attention. If only 1 or 2 cases are authentic, they are enough to challenge the entire narrative of human origins. The forbidden artifacts of caves remain both tantalizing and maddening, too bizarre to accept, too consistent to dismiss. Whether evidence of lost civilizations, extraterrestrial visitors, or simply our own ancestors being far more advanced than we imagine, they force us to confront the limits of what we think we know. Each object whispers of a past far stranger, far more complex, and far more mysterious than we have been taught. In the darkness of caves, the The boundaries blur between science and speculation, between history and myth. And in that blur lies a truth we have yet to fully grasp. Perhaps humanity is not the first advanced civilization to walk this earth. Deep within the shadows of the world's most ancient caves, among the spirals, animals, and hand stencils, there exist images that refuse to fit comfortably into the accepted narrative of human prehistory. These are not depictions of bison, horses, or mammoths, nor are they the abstract grids and dots that researchers interpret as calendars or maps. Instead, they are figures that appear strangely humanoid, yet not entirely human. With elongated heads, wide eyes, and unusual appendages, they resemble beings from the stars more than neighbors from the tribe. Scholars call them anthropomorphic hybrids, but among forbidden archaeology enthusiasts, they are something else entirely, evidence of contact with otherworldly visitors. Take the Tassili and Adja caves of the Sahara Desert in Algeria, where thousands of rock paintings date back as far as 10,000 years. Amid the hunting scenes and ritual dances, one figure stands out, the so-called Great God of Sefer. This colossal being is depicted with a round, helmet-like head, enormous black eyes, and a body that appears both human and alien. Surrounding it are smaller figures with similar headgear, almost as if the artist was recording beings descending from the skies. To mainstream archaeologists, these are ritual masks used in shamanic ceremonies. But to others, they look eerily like astronauts, cosmic visitors immortalized in stone. Similar imagery appears across continents. In the Kimberley region of Australia, the ancient Wandjina figures painted by Aboriginal peoples show beings with stark white faces, large black eyes, and no mouths. They are often surrounded by halos or radiating lines, suggestive of light or energy. Aboriginal traditions describe the Wandjina as sky beings, creators who descended from above and taught humanity the laws of life. While anthropologists frame these as mythic deities, the resemblance to extraterrestrial archetypes is undeniable. If separate cultures, thousands of miles apart, painted similar beings, were they all hallucinating, or recording encounters with the same visitors? In Chumash caves of California, red ochre paintings depict figures with round, helmet-like heads and elongated limbs. In Valcamonica, Italy, carvings from 10,000 years ago show strange humanoids with sunburst halos around their heads and what appear to be objects in their hands, resembling tools or weapons of light. In Sego Canyon, Utah, bizarre beings with large eyes, antenna-like protrusions, and floating bodies cover the walls. Their inhuman features raise an unsettling question. Did early humans paint their gods and spirits from imagination, or were they attempting to capture what they actually saw? One of the most debated motifs is the recurring symbol of the spiral. Found in caves across Europe, the Americas, and even Asia, spirals are often linked to shamanic journeys or cycles of life. But in forbidden archaeology circles, spirals are seen as depictions of star systems, galaxies, or even wormholes, pathways through space. Sometimes, these spirals appear near humanoid figures with outstretched arms or descending postures, as though the beings emerged from the stars themselves. If this interpretation holds, then cave art may not just depict spiritual visions but actual records of interstellar contact. Another recurring element is the depiction of light beams or ladders descending from above. In certain caves in Africa and North America, stick-like figures are shown climbing or being pulled along ladder-like shapes extending from the sky. Shamans may have seen these as paths to the spirit world, but others interpret them as representations of beings descending from crafts, or humans being taken upwards. Were these early accounts of what we now call abductions preserved in symbolic art long before the term existed? The shamanic explanation remains the favored interpretation among academics. Under the influence of trance-inducing plants, shamans experienced visions of beings, lights, and cosmic journeys, which they then recorded on cave walls. Yet, this explanation leaves gaps. Why do the figures across vastly different cultures look so similar? Why do they share features, big eyes, helmet-like heads, radiant halos, that match modern descriptions of extraterrestrial encounters? Is it possible that shamans were not hallucinating, but perceiving another layer of reality, one in which contact with non-human intelligences occurred? The cultural impact of these images is immense. For the tribes who created them, these beings were not decorative, they were sacred. They shaped mythologies, guided rituals, and influenced social laws. If they were symbolic, they still point to an enduring human fascination with beings beyond our world. But if they were literal, they suggest humanity's development was guided, or at least influenced, by intelligences from the stars. Modern researchers who dare to step outside orthodoxy often frame these beings as part of the ancient astronaut theory. According to this view, extraterrestrial visitors interacted with early humans, perhaps even accelerating their evolution or teaching them survival skills. The caves, then, are records of first contact, testimonies left not in writing, but in the universal language of image. Each strange figure becomes part of a larger story, one of guardians, teachers, or manipulators shaping humanity from its earliest days. Of course, skeptics argue this theory overcomplicates the evidence. They point out that human imagination tends toward archetypes. Big eyes symbolize vision, halos symbolize power, and spirals symbolize cycles. Perhaps the similarities are not evidence of aliens but of universal human psychology. But even this explanation carries a mystery. Why did humans everywhere feel compelled to paint the same archetypes in their most sacred spaces? Why do the beings painted in caves thousands of years ago so closely resemble the visitors people claim to encounter in modern times? This synchronicity between past and present is what makes the cave figures so compelling. UFO sightings today describe beings with almond-shaped eyes, glowing auras, and elongated bodies, uncannily similar to the Wandjina or Tassili figures. Are we witnessing a timeless phenomenon, one that has haunted humanity since its earliest days? Or are these similarities evidence of a continuous interaction with entities that transcend culture and time? When one stands in front of these cave paintings, the sense of presence is overwhelming. The figures seem alive, as though they are waiting for us to decode their message. Whether gods, spirits, or star beings, they represent humanity's oldest and deepest question: are we alone? And in their silent forms, painted with ochre and charcoal, lies a possible answer, that we have never truly been alone, that from the very dawn of consciousness, something has been watching, guiding, and perhaps even visiting us. For countless cultures across the world, caves have been more than just shelters or storage places. They have been gateways. A cave was never simply a hollow in the earth. It was an opening to something deeper, something otherworldly. Whether leading to the land of spirits, the womb of the Earth Mother, or even other dimensions entirely, caves carried a reputation as portals, doorways between our world and realms beyond human comprehension. And when we consider the strange beings, forbidden artifacts, and celestial symbols already found in them, the possibility that caves were seen as stargates becomes impossible to ignore. Ancient traditions repeatedly connect caves with entrances to hidden worlds. In Greek mythology, the god Hades ruled the underworld, and mortals believed its entrances could be found in deep caves such as Cape Taenarum in southern Greece. These subterranean gateways were feared and revered as places where souls passed from one existence into another. The Maya, likewise, spoke of caves as entrances to Xibalba, the realm of the dead, ruled by powerful gods who tested souls with trials of fire, darkness, and fear. In both cultures, caves were not just natural formations. They were literal thresholds between realities. The pattern is global. The Hopi people of North America say their ancestors emerged from underground through a sapapu, a sacred portal often represented by a hole in the earth or cave. In Tibetan Buddhism, hidden caves are considered power centers, where meditation allows contact with deities and higher beings. In Hindu traditions, caves like Amarnath and Elephanta were sanctified as places where cosmic secrets were revealed to sages. Each case points to a consistent idea. Caves are liminal spaces, where the barriers between the physical and spiritual worlds grow thin. But what if these ancient traditions are not purely symbolic? What if, at least in some cases, caves were believed to be more than symbolic entrances? They were actual gateways to other realms. This theory gains strength when one considers the consistent appearance of spirals, ladders, and light beams in cave art worldwide. These motifs could represent journeys through space and time, or pathways through dimensions invisible to the naked eye. From a scientific perspective, it's intriguing to note how caves often contain unusual geological and electromagnetic properties. Some caves generate natural infrasound, low-frequency vibrations that can alter perception and induce trance states. Others are rich in quartz or crystalline formations, which can amplify electromagnetic fields. In fringe research, these conditions are seen as potential catalysts for altered consciousness, natural stargates where the human mind becomes capable of perceiving other dimensions. Were shamans and early humans harnessing these environments as launch pads for interdimensional travel? Consider the deep caves in Peru and Ecuador, such as Cueva de los Teos, rumored to house metallic libraries and tunnels stretching for miles. Explorers who enter often report feelings of disorientation, hallucinations, and encounters with inexplicable lights. Skeptics dismiss these as psychological effects of darkness, yet they parallel descriptions of portal-like experiences. If ancient people recognized these properties, perhaps they used caves deliberately to cross thresholds, not metaphorically, but literally. The cave as Stargate theory dovetails with the ancient astronaut hypothesis. If extraterrestrial visitors interacted with humans, caves would have been ideal meeting grounds. Hidden from the outside world, insulated from weather, and often marked with symbolic art, they were secure sanctuaries. What if the spirals and hybrid figures were not only spiritual visions but records of entities stepping through these gateways? Perhaps caves were chosen as docking points between worlds, an interdimensional terminal where humans met beings of light and shadow. Myth and folklore reinforce this view. Celtic legends speak of fairy mounds and caves where travelers entered one night and emerged centuries later, hinting at time distortion. Japanese myths tell of Amaterasu, the sun goddess, hiding in a cave, only to emerge and bring light back to the world, symbolizing the cave as a cosmic reset button. In the Dogon traditions of Mali, star beings called the Nomo were said to dwell underground, using watery caves as their access points to Earth. Different continents, different languages, but the same underlying idea: caves as bridges between the mundane and the cosmic. Modern paranormal accounts keep the mystery alive. Adventurers who explore uncharted cave systems often report strange sounds, unexplained lights, or even feelings of being watched. Some claim to encounter humanoid shapes flickering in the shadows, entities that vanish when approached. Others describe stepping into a chamber and experiencing sudden shifts in time perception, as though hours vanish in minutes. Could these reports reflect the same phenomena that ancient shamans encoded in cave art, the perception of crossing into another dimension? Skeptics argue that caves simply amplify psychological effects. Darkness, isolation, and low oxygen can trigger hallucinations and feelings of transcendence. But forbidden archaeology enthusiasts counter that these states might not just be hallucinations, but altered perceptions of reality. If caves act as natural stargates, then what appears as vision or delusion could, in fact, be glimpses into parallel worlds. The implications are staggering. If caves are indeed portals, then the artifacts and beings recorded within them may not have originated on Earth at all. The star maps could be instructions left for travelers. The forbidden tools could be remnants of visitors who passed through. The hybrid figures might be literal encounters with entities that emerged from these gateways. Humanity's earliest encounters with the other may have happened not in the skies, but underground, in the dark, echoing chambers of the Earth. Even in modern times, the symbolism persists. Science fiction films often portray caves as gateways to alien worlds or hidden dimensions. Stories of abductions sometimes involve tunnels or caverns leading to blinding light. Subconsciously, we still associate the cave with passage, transformation, and revelation. Perhaps this is not imagination at all, but a deep cultural memory, stretching back to when caves were genuinely used as portals between realms. Standing before a cave entrance today, the symbolism remains haunting. It yawns open like the mouth of the earth, inviting yet threatening, concealing yet promising. For ancient humans, stepping inside was not just exploration, it was initiation, a brush with the unknown. And perhaps, in some cases, it was far more, a crossing point, a stargate where humans touched the infinite. Across cultures and continents, ancient myths speak of divine beings, gods, creators, and heroes, who emerge not from the heavens above, but from the dark and hidden womb of the earth. The cave, in these traditions, is not merely a shelter carved by natural forces but a sacred chamber where the veil between humanity and the divine is pierced. If one listens closely, the myths themselves seem to echo like whispers from deep stone corridors, suggesting that caves were remembered as the birthplace of gods and the dwelling places of powers beyond mortal comprehension. In Greek mythology, perhaps the most famous cave-born deity is Zeus himself. According to legend, when the infant god was threatened by his father Cronus, who devoured his children to prevent being overthrown, his mother Rhea hid him in the cave of Dict on the island of Crete. There, nurtured by the goat Amalthea and protected by warrior spirits who drowned his cries with the clash of weapons, Zeus grew until he was strong enough to challenge his father. The cave was not a hiding place only. It was the womb of a god-king, the chamber where divine destiny incubated. The Greeks also believed that Pan, the half-goat, half-human god of wilderness, dwelled in caves, his pipes echoing through the rocky chambers. For the ancients, caves amplified divine voices, literally and symbolically. The earth itself spoke through these hollows, and the gods were its mouthpieces. It is no coincidence that oracles often operated from within caves, their prophecies carried on vapors rising from fissures in the rock. Were these voices truly divine, or were they the echoes of something deeper, an intelligence that chose the cave as its channel? In Mesoamerican traditions, the sacred connection between caves and gods is undeniable. The Maya viewed caves as portals to Xibalba, the underworld, where powerful deities tested the souls of the dead. But caves were not only destinations for the deceased, they were also places where gods and ancestors emerged into the world of the living. In Popol Vuh, the Maya creation epic, humanity's first ancestors are said to have arisen from the 7 caves of Chikamostok, each chamber representing a womb from which tribes and lineages were born. Here the cave is not death's domain but life's origin, a birthplace of nations. The Aztecs, too, embraced this motif. They traced their origins to Chikamostok, the legendary cave of emergence, describing it as the place where their people were born under the guidance of divine forces. Images of this 7-chambered cave appear in Aztec codices, always central to their identity. If the myths are more than allegory, could they preserve a memory of actual events, migrations or encounters, connected to subterranean chambers? In Hindu mythology, the god Shiva is closely linked with caves. Pilgrims travel to Amarnath cave in Kashmir, where a naturally forming ice lingam represents Shiva's eternal presence. Legends say that Shiva revealed the secrets of immortality to his consort Parvati inside this cave, away from prying ears. Once again, divine knowledge is whispered from the depths, suggesting that caves were considered sanctuaries where cosmic truths could be unveiled. Even in Norse traditions, gods and heroes emerge from earthbound places of shadow. Dwarfs, master smiths and bringers of magical treasures, are said to dwell in caves and mountains. They are not gods in the higher sense, yet their gifts, such as Thor's hammer Mjolnir, shape the fate of gods and men alike. Their subterranean homes serve as liminal zones between mortal realms and the divine. Native American myths are filled with similar voices from below. The Hopi people tell of Masor, a godlike caretaker of the earth, who welcomed the Hopi when they emerged from the underground through a sapapu. For them, the cave was not a place of exile but the doorway into their rightful world, guided by a divine being. In other tribal stories, thunderbirds and spirit guardians slumber in caves, awakening only when called upon. The voices from these depths were both warnings and blessings, as though the earth itself carried divine consciousness. What unites these myths is a pattern. Gods are born, revealed, or dwell within caves. From Zeus to the Maya ancestors, from Shiva to Masor, the symbolism repeats. And yet, one must ask, why caves? Why would divine encounters be consistently linked with the subterranean world? One explanation is symbolic. Caves are womb-like, dark and enclosed, places of gestation and rebirth. To emerge from a cave is to be born anew, whether as a god or as a people. But another interpretation, favored in forbidden archaeology, is more radical. Caves were remembered as literal places of contact with advanced beings. The gods who emerged from caves may have been entities, extraterrestrial or interdimensional, that used these chambers as staging grounds. The voices from the depths may not have been metaphors at all, but encounters passed down through myth. There is also the possibility that caves, with their unique acoustic and electromagnetic qualities, served as natural amplifiers of human experience. Oracles who spoke in caves may have entered altered states, perceiving communications from intelligences beyond. Ancient people may have believed these voices were divine, and perhaps, in some sense, they were. The line between hallucination and contact is thin, especially in environments that alter the mind. Skeptics insist that myths reflect psychological and social needs, not literal events. They argue that caves symbolize the cycle of life and death, womb and tomb, making them natural metaphors for divine emergence. But even within this view, the mystery lingers. Why did so many cultures independently choose caves as the setting for divine revelation? Why not mountains, rivers, or skies alone? The persistence of caves as the chosen stage suggests something deeper at play. When standing in a sacred cave, it is easy to feel why these myths endure. The silence is alive, the air heavy, the darkness complete. Any sound becomes magnified. Any flicker of light becomes transcendent. In such an atmosphere, it is not difficult to imagine hearing voices, not from within the mind, but from the depths themselves. Ancient people interpreted those voices as gods. Whether divine, alien, or something in between, their message still resonates. The cave is not just a hollow in the earth, but a threshold. And from that threshold, voices have always called humanity toward the unknown. Step into the darkness of a cave and the first impression is always the same: silence, blackness, an overwhelming sense of isolation. Yet for centuries, explorers, mystics, and local villagers have reported something completely unnatural: light where there should be none. Glowing orbs, flickering flames without fuel, phosphorescent beings drifting through the stone corridors. These strange lights, often called the luminous cave phenomenon, have become one of the most persistent and baffling mysteries of underground exploration. They blur the line between geology, folklore, and the paranormal. Could these lights be natural? Or do they point to something beyond our scientific grasp, perhaps a residue of ancient rituals, or even the technology of otherworldly visitors? The earliest recorded stories of luminous caves date back thousands of years. In the writings of Pliny the Elder, descriptions can be found of glowing rocks and strange subterranean fires in Roman territories. The Greeks, too, spoke of caves where torches were unnecessary, as though the very walls emitted a faint radiance. These reports were often dismissed as exaggerations or poetic metaphor, but when modern cave explorers began documenting the same things, scholars had no choice but to reconsider. One well-known example is the Reed Flute Cave in Guilin, China, which has been celebrated for centuries for its glowing formations. Although tourists today are accustomed to artificial lights enhancing the stalactites and stalagmites, early travelers wrote of natural phosphorescence guiding their way. Similarly, in the caverns of Slovenia, glowing patches of rock were reported as early as the 17th century. Was it mineral luminescence, bioluminescent fungi, or something more elusive? Science offers some plausible explanations. Certain minerals, when struck by tiny vibrations or changes in temperature, can emit a faint glow. This effect, known as triboluminescence, has been observed in quartz crystals. Fungi and bacteria, too, can produce bioluminescence, creating patches of eerie green light on damp walls. Fireflies and glowworms, famously seen in caves of New Zealand, also contribute to the glowing phenomenon. But these explanations do not cover the more dramatic reports: spherical orbs of light floating through chambers, darting into tunnels, and even following explorers. One chilling account comes from Kentucky's Mammoth Cave in the 19th century, where visitors described floating lanterns that bobbed silently in the distance, retreating whenever approached. The phenomenon was so common that locals wove ghost stories around it, claiming the lights were the spirits of lost travelers. Yet scientists who investigated noted that these orbs behaved with intelligence, sometimes hovering at eye level before vanishing into rock walls. Could bioluminescent life forms really account for such complex behavior? Modern cavers continue to encounter luminous anomalies. In Mexico's vast cave systems, glowing orbs have been photographed, though skeptics dismiss them as camera reflections or dust. In the Carpathian Mountains, explorers documented pale blue glows that seemed to pulse with rhythm, as if breathing, one witness claimed. In some cases, electromagnetic equipment recorded spikes in activity during these sightings, hinting that the lights may not be merely visual phenomena but energy manifestations interacting with the environment. Then there is the unsettling overlap with UFO encounters. Orbs of light in caves resemble the Foo Fighters seen by pilots during World War II, or the glowing spheres often reported near crop circles and ancient sites. Some theorists suggest that these luminous cave orbs are the same phenomenon, intelligent plasma-like entities, or even surveillance drones from another intelligence. If so, caves may not only be natural structures but sanctuaries where these lights retreat, hidden from the prying eyes of the surface world. Folklore supports this strange connection. Indigenous myths from North America describe star beings descending into caves, their bodies glowing with light. In Irish legends, the Cider, mystical fairy folk, were said to enter their otherworld through glowing mounds and caverns illuminated by internal fire. The Maya described glowing entities emerging from caves during rituals, beings of pure light that communicated with shamans. Are these just symbolic stories, or memories of real luminous beings witnessed in subterranean sanctuaries? The implications grow even stranger when considering ancient cave markings. Some researchers have pointed out that spiral and circular carvings often appear in the deepest chambers, shapes eerily similar to how modern witnesses describe glowing orbs in motion. Did ancient artists record their encounters with these lights? Were the markings attempts to document interactions with luminous entities that humanity has long since forgotten? Skeptics argue that all of this can be reduced to psychology and environment. Spending long hours in complete darkness can affect the human brain, leading to hallucinations. Caves also often have high levels of radon gas or other chemicals that could alter perception. Flickering lights in such conditions may be the brain's way of interpreting random sensory noise. Yet this does not explain why entire groups of explorers sometimes report seeing the same orb moving through chambers, or why the phenomenon recurs in specific caves around the world. Another possibility lies in geology itself. Some researchers propose that caves act as natural batteries, storing and releasing electromagnetic energy. The piezoelectric effect in quartz-rich rock could produce luminous discharges under stress, especially during seismic activity. This might create floating orbs of plasma, similar to ball lightning, within cave systems. But again, the intelligent movements of the lights challenge purely mechanical explanations. The luminous cave phenomenon ultimately forces us into a crossroads: natural science or supernatural speculation. Perhaps the lights are rare but natural forms of plasma or bioluminescence. Or perhaps they are something entirely different, manifestations of beings, technologies, or energies that slip into our world through the deep arteries of the earth. One thing is certain: these glowing presences have haunted humanity's imagination for millennia. From ancient shamans to modern spelunkers, from Greek myths to UFO reports, the voices of history all point to the same unsettling reality: that caves, the darkest places on earth, sometimes shine with a light of their own. And in that glow, fleeting and inexplicable, we glimpse a secret that refuses to be buried. Caves are supposed to have predictable logic. They form through erosion, water flow, tectonic pressure, or volcanic processes. They twist, they turn, they sometimes collapse, but in the end, their geography can be charted, mapped, and measured. Yet time and again, explorers, spelunkers, and archaeologists have stumbled upon chambers that defy all natural expectations. Rooms that seem to lead to nowhere, passages that spiral endlessly only to close abruptly, and tunnels that end in sheer, smooth walls as though cut by an unseen hand. These hidden chambers are among the most unsettling mysteries of subterranean exploration. Do they signify unfinished geological processes, or are they remnants of something deliberately designed? Take, for example, the famed Grotte de Nio in France. Within this Paleolithic site are expansive tunnels painted with exquisite prehistoric art. Yet behind certain walls, explorers have detected hollow echoes, suggesting chambers exist beyond the visible cave. Some have been penetrated with modern instruments, revealing perfect geometric voids sealed from human access. Why would natural processes form smooth, spherical hollows sealed behind thin rock layers? To some, it suggests intentional design, chambers built and later hidden, their purpose lost to time. In the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, explorers diving into cenotes, submerged cave systems, have discovered side tunnels that appear to go nowhere. They narrow into suffocatingly tight corridors that, inexplicably, end in flat rock walls. Yet sonar scanning reveals further space beyond these barriers, as though the cave continues behind a deliberate seal. Local Maya traditions speak of Xibalba, the underworld, being hidden from casual intruders by false walls. Were these chambers blocked to protect something sacred, or to prevent intruders from reaching whatever lay beyond? Reports from the Himalayas add to the enigma. Climbers and monks alike speak of caves that lure explorers deeper, twisting into complex networks that eventually terminate in blank stone, walls so flat and featureless that they resemble polished surfaces. Some legends claim these dead-end chambers are not endings at all, but gateways. They are doors, one Tibetan monk explained, but not for the eyes of the unprepared. They open only for those who carry the right vibration. Whether metaphor or hidden truth, it underscores the idea that some caves were remembered as portals to other realms, their apparent nowhere endings concealing something greater. A modern mystery unfolded in 1989 when a team exploring in Kentucky reported a bizarre discovery in an unmapped cave system. After hours of crawling through narrow passageways, they reached a chamber shaped like a perfect hexagon. The walls were smooth, almost polished, and the chamber appeared entirely artificial. Yet no tools, carvings, or human artifacts were found. Geologists argued it must have been a rare natural formation, but the explorers insisted it looked like an engineered structure. Strangely, the passage leading into the hexagonal chamber ended abruptly at another sealed wall, its surface too smooth for any natural collapse. The chamber seemed designed to be reached, entered, and then halted, like a maze with a deliberate dead end. Ancient myths align suspiciously with these strange chambers. Greek legends tell of labyrinths built underground to hide secrets, the most famous being the Labyrinth of Crete. While often dismissed as symbolic, what if these myths echo memories of real subterranean complexes, hidden chambers designed to keep something concealed? The Hopi people of North America also speak of ant people who lived in underground chambers during cycles of destruction, leading humanity into hidden places of safety. If such chambers exist, are we rediscovering them in the caves that appear to lead nowhere? Modern technology has given us glimpses that deepen the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed hollow spaces beneath famous archaeological sites, such as Teotihuacan in Mexico and the Great Pyramid of Giza. While not caves in the natural sense, these voids mirror the phenomenon of hidden chambers, spaces sealed away from human access, perhaps deliberately. The lines between natural caves and engineered voids blur when we consider that many ancient cultures may have modified natural systems, creating hybrids of nature and architecture. The question then arises, what are these hidden chambers for? Theories range from the mundane to the extraordinary. Some argue they are simply geological anomalies, unfinished pockets of erosion with no real meaning. Others suggest they may have been used as burial chambers, ritual sites, or hiding places for treasures. But a more radical theory suggests they were not intended for humans at all. These chambers may have served as storage, landing sites, or gateways for non-human intelligences, beings who interacted with humanity in the distant past. Supporting this idea are reports of anomalous energy within such chambers. Explorers often describe feelings of dizziness, disorientation, or even lost time when reaching dead-end caves. Compasses spin erratically, batteries drain faster than expected, and sound behaves strangely. One theory suggests these are areas of high geomagnetic activity, natural but disorienting. Another claims they are deliberately designed resonance chambers, spaces that vibrate at certain frequencies, perhaps as part of rituals or technologies we can no longer comprehend. Folklore strengthens this eerie interpretation. In Ireland, hidden chambers within hills were said to house the Tuatha de Danann, shining beings who retreated underground. In South America, legends persist of tunnels beneath the Andes that lead to hidden cities of the gods, sealed off from human entry. These myths suggest the idea of chambers that lead to nowhere may not mean they truly end, but rather that they are guarded, locked, or veiled from ordinary perception. Skeptics argue that humans, ever prone to pattern-seeking, interpret natural anomalies as mysteries. A smooth wall is explained away as evidence of lost civilizations, when in truth it may be nothing more than an unusual mineral deposit. Yet even skeptics cannot deny the sheer volume of consistent reports, chambers that appear designed, passages that seem intentionally blocked, echoes that hint at further spaces beyond. Ultimately, these hidden chambers force us to confront an unsettling possibility. Not all caves are what they seem. Some may indeed lead nowhere, geological quirks with no deeper meaning. But others may lead somewhere else, not physically, but dimensionally. Perhaps the ancients who spoke of portals and labyrinths were not merely telling stories, but preserving knowledge of gateways hidden deep within the earth. Gateways we occasionally stumble upon, only to find ourselves staring at an unyielding wall of stone, left wondering what lies just beyond. There is something otherworldly about the sound of a cave. A single whisper bounces across the walls like a chorus of unseen voices. A dropped stone ricochets into an endless cascade of echoes, as though the cave itself is alive and responding. For centuries, explorers, shamans, and priests have been fascinated, and sometimes terrified, by the unique acoustic properties of underground chambers. But modern research has revealed something startling. Many of these chambers appear to have been intentionally chosen, or even modified, to amplify sound in ways that defy coincidence. The acoustic mysteries of caves suggest that ancient people not only understood sound, but may have used it as a bridge between the human and the divine. The phenomenon becomes particularly compelling when examining Paleolithic cave art. Sites such as Lascaux in France, Altamira in Spain, and Chauvet in southern France are famous for their breathtaking paintings of animals, human figures, and strange symbols. For decades, archaeologists studied these images in isolation, focusing on their visual beauty. But in the 1980s, researchers began experimenting with the acoustics of these caves. They discovered a startling pattern. The most densely decorated chambers consistently coincided with areas of unusual echo or resonance. In other words, the ancients painted their masterpieces not randomly, but in places where the cave spoke most dramatically. When a drum or voice is used in these spaces, the sound can resonate like thunder, magnified far beyond its natural volume. Some chambers create a reverberation so deep and powerful that it feels like the growl of a great beast, a fitting backdrop for images of mammoths, bison, and lions. Could it be that Paleolithic shamans deliberately painted in these spots because the acoustic effects enhanced the power of their rituals? Imagine chanting beneath flickering torchlight, the walls alive with painted animals, the echoes transforming voices into the roars and footsteps of the very creatures being invoked. This phenomenon is not unique to Europe. In North America, Native American cave sites also demonstrate deliberate use of sound. In Tennessee's Mudglyph Cave, where ancient symbols adorn the walls, acoustic tests reveal that certain chambers amplify low-frequency tones, creating vibrations that can be felt in the chest. The Hopi and Navajo, whose traditions emphasize sound and vibration as tools of spiritual connection, describe caves as places where the earth sings back. Their myths tell of ancestral beings communicating through subterranean echoes, guiding humanity during critical times of change. Similar mysteries appear in the Yucatan Peninsula, where the Maya revered cenotes and caves as sacred portals to the underworld. Explorers have noted that certain cave passages magnify chants in strange ways, producing effects that sound eerily like multiple voices singing together. The Maya used conch shells and drums in these spaces, instruments that could resonate with the natural frequencies of the chambers. Was this just ritual theater, or did they believe the cave itself was an instrument, a living amplifier that could summon deities from the depths? Even more striking are reports from India's Ellora and Ajanta caves. These monumental rock-cut complexes are famed for their carvings and temples. Yet many visitors note how the sound carries perfectly in certain chambers. In the Kailasa temple at Ellora, for instance, a single clap produces a crisp echo that lingers unnaturally long. Acoustic engineers argue this is not accidental but the result of precise carving designed to create resonance. If so, it reveals an advanced understanding of sound manipulation, achieved centuries before modern science could explain the physics. The question then becomes, what was the purpose of these acoustic effects? Scholars offer several possibilities. Some believe they were used to induce trance states during rituals. Repetitive drumming and chanting, combined with echoing acoustics, can alter brainwave patterns, creating conditions for visions or spiritual experiences. In this sense, the cave acted as a natural technology for consciousness alteration, amplifying ritual practices. Others propose a more symbolic interpretation. The echoes of caves might have been perceived as voices of spirits or gods responding to human calls. For a shaman, hearing the walls speak back would confirm the presence of the divine. To ordinary tribespeople, the effect would have been awe-inspiring, reinforcing the authority of spiritual leaders. This dynamic may explain why so many myths describe caves as places where gods, ancestors, or supernatural beings spoke to humanity. Yet, forbidden archaeology offers another theory, that sound was not only spiritual but functional. Some researchers argue that ancient people discovered resonant frequencies that interacted with the human body and even with matter itself. Experiments in modern labs have shown that sound waves can move objects, disrupt molecules, and affect brain chemistry. Could ancient cave rituals have harnessed these properties for healing, transformation, or even communication with non-human intelligences? Intriguingly, some UFO and paranormal encounters also report strange humming or droning sounds preceding luminous phenomena. If caves amplify and channel such frequencies, perhaps they served as nodes of contact, places where the Earth's natural energy fields and otherworldly presences could intersect. Skeptics, of course, offer simpler explanations. They argue that early humans were simply drawn to caves that felt dramatic and powerful, and that acoustics were an accidental bonus. But the precision with which certain chambers align with decorated walls or ritual spaces suggests more than coincidence. These were intentional choices, made by people who sensed something extraordinary in the way sound behaved underground. Standing today in one of these chambers, the experience is unforgettable. A single note stretches and twists until it feels like the cave itself is singing back. The boundary between the human voice and the voice of the earth dissolves. Whether natural trick or deliberate design, the effect is undeniably transformative. It is easy to imagine why ancient peoples believed they were communicating with gods or spirits, because, in those moments, the cave truly does feel alive. The echoes of the ancients remind us that caves were not silent tombs but vibrant theaters of sound. They were not only canvases for art but instruments played by human voices and drums. And perhaps, in the deepest sense, they were communication devices, resonant chambers where humanity could reach out beyond itself and feel something answering back. Throughout history, caves have served as time capsules. Their sealed environments preserve artifacts, bones, and carvings for thousands, even tens of thousands, of years. But every so often, explorers and archaeologists encounter something deeply unsettling inside these chambers, objects that should not exist according to mainstream timelines. These forbidden discoveries are often quietly dismissed, locked away in museum archives, or simply ignored by the academic establishment. Yet they remain, Stubborn pieces of evidence hinting that humanity's story is far older and stranger than we've been told. One of the most controversial finds occurred in the 19th century in the United States. Near the Appalachian Mountains, miners uncovered a cave sealed by rockfall, inside of which were not only animal bones but also stone tools embedded in ancient strata. What troubled scientists was the estimated age. The layer was hundreds of thousands of years old, long before modern humans were supposed to exist in North America. Reports of this discovery circulated in journals at the time but were soon buried in the back pages of history. If true, it would rewrite the timeline of human migration. In China's famous Jiuqudian cave, where Peking Man was discovered, early excavations allegedly uncovered small metallic spheres alongside hominin fossils. The official narrative focused on the bones, which fit the evolutionary model, while the anomalous artifacts were brushed aside. Could they have been contaminants? Or were they remnants of an unknown technological culture far older than expected? Another infamous case comes from Illinois in the 1920s. A cave system reportedly yielded artifacts that resembled Egyptian and Mediterranean designs. Carvings, pottery, and even depictions of human figures wearing clothing foreign to Native American traditions. Mainstream archaeology immediately rejected the claim, suggesting hoax or misinterpretation. Yet local legends among indigenous tribes told of foreign visitors arriving by river long before Columbus. Could sealed caves have preserved evidence of ancient transoceanic contact, evidence too inconvenient for the academic status quo? The Dead Sea Scrolls are one of the best-known legitimate cave discoveries, but even here, whispers persist of scrolls and artifacts never revealed to the public. Found in sealed jars within caves near Qumran, these texts revolutionized our understanding of early Christianity and Judaism. But what of the other items rumored to have been taken? Some say additional writings hinted at contact with heavenly beings or advanced knowledge that was considered too dangerous to release. The caves gave up their secrets, but perhaps not all of them. Closer to the modern day, in the 1970s, spelunkers in Mexico reported stumbling upon a sealed cave chamber containing dozens of stone figurines, strange hybrid beings with both human and animal features. While some claim these were later dated to pre-Columbian times, others insist they show motifs alien to Mesoamerican culture, suggesting an unknown influence. The figurines were confiscated by authorities, and most disappeared into private collections, leaving only rumors and a handful of photographs. Even more baffling are reports of metallic objects inside caves. In 1995, explorers in the Ural Mountains of Russia uncovered tiny spiral-shaped artifacts embedded in ancient sediments. Some were only a few millimeters long, made of tungsten and molybdenum, metals used in modern aerospace technology. Scientists who examined them suggested they were machine-made. If authentic, these artifacts predated known human industry by tens of thousands of years. The fact that they were found in sediment layers near cave mouths only deepens the enigma. Caves have also yielded forbidden skeletal remains. In Lovelock Cave, Nevada, guano miners in the early 20th century reported uncovering mummified remains of giant humans, allegedly over 7 feet tall. Alongside them were woven sandals far too large for ordinary people. Local Paiute legend spoke of a race of red-haired giants who once inhabited the region, eventually destroyed by the tribes. Mainstream scientists dismissed the finds, attributing them to exaggeration or misidentification. Yet rumors persist that the bones were collected and hidden in museum basements, never displayed to the public. Sealed caves also raise the question of intentional concealment. Why do so many chambers appear deliberately blocked with rock or sediment, as though someone wanted to hide their contents from prying eyes? In Turkey's Cappadocia region, entire underground cities were carved into soft volcanic rock, complete with ventilation shafts and storage chambers. Some of these appear intentionally sealed, as if their builders fled or sought to protect their secrets. If artifacts are still hidden within these sealed rooms, they may tell stories we are not ready to hear. The suppression of these discoveries is often justified by lack of context. Without clear stratigraphy or peer-reviewed excavation, anomalous finds are easily dismissed. But some argue the deeper reason is ideological. If artifacts in sealed caves prove that advanced humans, or even non-human intelligences, existed long before accepted history allows, the foundations of archaeology, anthropology, and even theology would be shaken. What happens when evidence doesn't fit the narrative? Too often, it disappears. The forbidden discoveries of caves force us to confront an uncomfortable possibility. The past may be far older and more complex than we imagine. Civilizations may have risen and fallen countless times, leaving only faint traces sealed away in stone vaults. Some of these traces slip through: figurines, tools, bones, metallic anomalies, reminders that the official story is at best incomplete. And yet, perhaps the greatest question is not who left these artifacts, but why they hid them. Were the sealed caves meant as tombs, time capsules, or vaults of forbidden knowledge? Did ancient peoples intend for future generations to uncover them? Or did they hope their secrets would remain buried forever? Every time a cave wall collapses or a hidden chamber is opened, we get a fleeting glimpse into these forbidden stories. But for every artifact revealed, how many more remain sealed away in darkness, waiting to challenge everything we think we know about history? Science prides itself on solving mysteries. With the right tools, measurements, and equations, everything should have an answer. But caves, with their hidden depths and strange phenomena, often push science into uncomfortable corners. Time and again, explorers, archaeologists, and geologists bring back accounts of glowing orbs, perfectly cut chambers, or inexplicable echoes, only for official explanations to fall flat. The result is a series of theories that sound convincing at first but collapse under closer scrutiny. These failed explanations reveal not only the limits of science but also the persistence of mysteries that refuse to be buried. Take the phenomenon of luminous caves. Scientists often attribute the strange light seen underground to bioluminescent fungi, glowing bacteria, or insects like glowworms. While these explanations may account for faint glows, they cannot explain reports of floating orbs of light that move intelligently, retreating when approached or darting into solid stone walls. Bioluminescence is random, passive. It doesn't chase explorers through tunnels. Yet countless witnesses insist that is exactly what they saw. Another failed explanation is geological luminescence. Certain minerals, such as quartz, can produce light when struck, a process called triboluminescence. Skeptics argue that shifting rock or seismic vibrations might trigger glowing effects. But this doesn't explain why lights appear in caves that haven't experienced seismic activity for centuries, or why they appear as free-floating spheres rather than faint surface glows. Acoustic mysteries are another area where science stumbles. Researchers agree that caves amplify sound in fascinating ways, but they dismiss the idea that this was intentionally exploited by ancient peoples. Yet acoustic mapping has shown that Paleolithic cave paintings consistently occur in chambers with unusual echoes. Coincidence? If early humans didn't understand acoustics, why did they choose the exact spots where their chants and drums would resonate like thunder? Mainstream explanations usually reduce this to chance or aesthetic preference, ignoring the overwhelming evidence of deliberate placement. Cave carvings and markings present another puzzle. Archaeologists often classify strange humanoid figures or hybrid beings as shamanic visions or symbolic art. While this may apply to some cases, it does not explain consistent patterns across continents, such as depictions of tall, large-eyed beings in Europe, Australia, and the Americas. If these are mere hallucinations, why do cultures separated by oceans and millennia draw the same figures? Science waves this away as pareidolia, the human brain projecting familiar shapes onto the unknown. But pareidolia does not account for detailed, recurring archetypes etched into stone. Sealed chambers discovered in caves also stretch scientific reasoning. When sonar or ground-penetrating radar reveals hidden voids, archaeologists often claim they are natural pockets of erosion. Yet some of these voids have geometric shapes, perfect spheres, hexagons, or straight-edged corridors, that look engineered rather than accidental. Geologists insist nature can create such formations, but the more precise the geometry, the weaker the explanation becomes. After all, how many times must coincidence repeat before it stops being coincidence? Skeletal anomalies push the limits further. In Nevada's Lovelock Cave, reports of giant human remains were met with quick dismissals. They were misidentified, scientists claimed, or the bones belonged to large but normal individuals. Yet eyewitnesses, including museum staff, describe skeletons far taller than any known human average. When pressed for evidence, institutions claimed the remains were lost or deteriorated. Convenient, perhaps, but unsatisfying. If these giants never existed, why do so many local legends describe them in detail? Cultural myths themselves are often dismissed as metaphor. When the Maya spoke of people emerging from caves, scholars labeled it symbolic of birth and creation. When Greeks told of Zeus being hidden in a cave, it became allegory. When Hopi traditions spoke of ancestors rising from subterranean worlds, it was deemed mythological storytelling. While some myths are indeed symbolic, dismissing them all ignores the possibility that ancient peoples were recording real events, encoded in narrative to preserve them. Science struggles here because it cannot test mythology in a laboratory, so the default reaction is rejection rather than exploration. Even more awkward are modern reports of time anomalies within caves. Explorers describe losing hours or even entire days, only to emerge and find less time had passed outside, or the reverse. Science explains this away as disorientation, exhaustion, or misremembered perception. But when groups of people experience the same distortion simultaneously, the explanation becomes less convincing. Are caves manipulating our perception of time, or is something more profound at play? The failures of science in these cases are not due to lack of intelligence but due to limitations. Science relies on repeatable, measurable phenomena. But cave mysteries are often unpredictable, fleeting, and resistant to laboratory control. This makes them easy targets for dismissal. Yet the dismissals often sound more like excuses than explanations, leaving the core mystery intact. The larger issue may be one of ideology. Mainstream science operates on the assumption that humanity's past follows a linear, well-defined path. Anything suggesting lost civilizations, non-human intelligences, or advanced knowledge in prehistory threatens this paradigm. As a result, explanations are crafted not to uncover the truth, but to preserve the model. Lights become fungi, giants become misidentified bones, and myths become metaphors, all to protect the timeline. However, failed explanations are not failures of curiosity. They are invitations. They remind us that our understanding of caves, and of history itself, is far from complete. Each time science tries and fails to explain away the luminous orbs, the impossible chambers, or the echoes that sound like voices, it reveals a gap in our knowledge. And in that gap lies possibility that something ancient, powerful, and unknown still waits for us in the depths. Ultimately, caves defy neat categorization. They are natural and unnatural, sacred and terrifying, geological and mythological. Science can illuminate some aspects, but its failed explanations leave shadows deeper than before. Perhaps caves are meant to resist full comprehension. Perhaps their mysteries endure because they remind us that not everything can be measured, and not everything wants to be explained. Throughout ancient myths and traditions, caves have never been seen as simple voids in the earth. To countless cultures, they were doorways, thresholds between the world of the living and the realms beyond. And like any powerful gateway, such places required guardians. Across continents and time periods, stories consistently describe strange beings, half human and half beast, or divine entities stationed in the shadows of subterranean passageways. Their role? To protect hidden knowledge, to test the worthiness of those who dare to enter, and, perhaps, to prevent humanity from discovering truths not meant for mortal eyes. The Greeks provide some of the most vivid accounts. In their mythology, caves often led into Hades, the land of the dead. These entrances were never unguarded. The most famous protector was Cerberus, the monstrous three-headed hound tasked with preventing the dead from escaping and the living from entering. While today this creature is dismissed as symbolic, ancient worshippers treated the myth as far more than a tale. Ritual offerings were made at cave mouths to appease the guardians, suggesting a genuine belief in their presence. Archaeologists have even found evidence of such offerings near Greek cave sanctuaries, hinting that worshippers feared and respected the beings said to dwell inside. Far to the east, Indian traditions tell of Naga, serpent deities dwelling in subterranean realms. The Naga were not merely snakes, they were intelligent beings, capable of both protecting and punishing humans. Many temples in India are built above cave systems, and carvings depict Naga coiled at the entrances. To approach such a cave without respect was considered dangerous, for the Naga would guard treasures of wisdom and hidden passages to other worlds. Even today, locals avoid certain caves, believing serpentine guardians remain active beneath the earth. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec both described guardians of the underworld, or Zabalba. This dark realm, said to be accessed through cave mouths, was filled with trials overseen by fearsome entities. Some of these guardians appear grotesque, figures with skeletal faces, animal features, or monstrous limbs. Their role was to terrify and test intruders, ensuring only the strongest or most spiritually prepared could pass. Archaeologists investigating sacred caves in Belize and Mexico have found human remains arranged in ritualistic fashion, as if sacrifices were made to appease or honor these guardians. Were they symbolic offerings, or desperate bribes to literal beings dwelling in the depths? Among Native American tribes, guardians of the underworld also appear with striking consistency. The Hopi, for instance, tell of the ant people who once lived underground and helped humanity survive cataclysms on the surface. Yet even in their benevolence, these beings were gatekeepers, deciding who could enter their subterranean world and who could not. Other tribes describe more menacing protectors: horned serpents, giant lizards, or humanoid beings with glowing eyes that stood watch at cave entrances. Some modern explorers claim that native elders still warn against entering specific caves, insisting that ancient guardians remain invisible but potent. In Celtic and Norse traditions, cave guardians take on yet another form. Dwarfs and trolls were said to dwell in stone halls beneath mountains, guarding immense treasures. Anyone attempting to steal from them faced terrible consequences. Stories often involve travelers being lured into caves, only to be tested, tricked, or trapped forever. In some cases, the guardians rewarded those who showed respect or courage, but punished the greedy or fearful. This echoes the universal archetype of caves as liminal spaces policed by powerful entities, places where human morality was weighed before passage was granted. What is particularly fascinating is how similar these guardians are across cultures separated by oceans. From Cerberus to the Naga, from the Maya lords of Xibalba to the Hopi people, the theme repeats: caves are not empty, they are watched. Whether the guardians are monstrous animals, divine hybrids, or ancestral spirits, they serve the same function. They are keepers of boundaries, ensuring humanity does not stumble unprepared into realms that could overwhelm or destroy them. Skeptics argue that these beings are metaphors, symbolic of psychological fears projected onto dark and dangerous places. Caves, after all, are perilous, pitch black, filled with predators, prone to collapse. To ancient peoples, personifying these dangers as monstrous guardians made sense. Yet this explanation falters when one considers the astonishing consistency of guardian archetypes. Why would cultures with no contact all invent serpent beings guarding subterranean worlds? Why do three-headed dogs, giant lizards, and humanoid watchers recur again and again? Is it coincidence, or memory of encounters with something real? Modern cave explorers occasionally report eerie sensations that align with these myths. Some describe the feeling of being watched, even when alone deep underground. Others speak of hearing growls, whispers, or heavy footsteps echoing from unseen chambers. In rare cases, explorers have reported seeing glowing eyes in the darkness, eyes that vanished when approached, leaving no trace. While skeptics dismiss these as tricks of the mind or hallucinations induced by sensory deprivation, one cannot ignore the parallels to the ancient accounts of guardians. Could it be that myths preserve descriptions of real phenomena that modern science still cannot explain? An even more provocative theory suggests that guardians are not only symbolic or spiritual, but biological. Could subterranean environments harbor undiscovered species, adapted to darkness, territorial, and intelligent enough to drive humans away? Fossil records reveal strange, now extinct megafauna that once roamed the Earth, including massive reptiles and humanoid primates. Perhaps remnants of these beings lingered long enough to inspire guardian legends. Alternatively, some researchers propose that guardians are interdimensional beings, visible only at the thresholds where caves intersect with other realities. In this interpretation, myths were not allegory but warning: do not cross into realms that humans were not designed to inhabit. The persistence of guardian myths suggests a deep truth, whether literal or metaphorical. They remind us that caves are not merely geological formations but thresholds, sacred, dangerous, and transformative. To enter without respect is to risk confrontation with forces beyond comprehension. And perhaps that is why so many ancient people left offerings, prayers, or sacrifices at cave mouths. They recognized that the guardians, whether real beings or manifestations of cosmic law, could not be ignored. Even today, when science claims to explain away the darkness, these myths whisper caution. Maybe the guardians are still there, waiting in the shadows, ensuring that not all doors to hidden worlds are opened. And if they are more than myth, if something truly does dwell in the depths, then our ancestors were not simply storytellers, but messengers, warning us of the ancient protectors who stand between humanity and the secrets we are not yet ready to uncover. If there is one idea that consistently divides mainstream scholars and alternative researchers, it is the possibility of extraterrestrial contact in humanity's distant past. Caves, often regarded as humanity's first sanctuaries, are also among the richest repositories of mysterious art and artifacts that seem to hint at encounters with beings not of this earth. While traditional archaeologists explain cave art as symbolic or ritualistic expressions of early humans, a growing number of independent thinkers argue that the markings, figures, and anomalies found within caves could be evidence of direct contact with otherworldly intelligences. Consider the recurring depictions of strange beings etched or painted onto cave walls across different continents. Many are humanoid but with exaggerated features, oversized heads, large almond-shaped eyes, elongated limbs. To some researchers, these figures bear an uncanny resemblance to modern descriptions of extraterrestrials, particularly the so-called greys. Skeptics claim these are merely shamanic visions or abstract artistic expressions. Yet the similarities across cultures separated by thousands of miles raise unsettling questions. How did peoples in Europe, Africa, and Australia, with no known contact, all choose to depict nearly identical beings? One of the most famous examples is the Wandjina paintings of Australia. The Aboriginal people described the Wandjina as powerful sky beings who descended from above and taught them laws, customs, and survival skills. The images show figures with large round heads, enormous eyes, and no mouths, a description strikingly close to extraterrestrial archetypes. Even more intriguing is the fact that these paintings are considered sacred, and Aboriginal elders still treat the Wandjina as real entities, not myths. Could these be records of ancient contact with beings from beyond the stars? In Africa, the San people of southern Africa created rock art that depicts what appear to be figures wearing helmets or suits, with tubes extending from their heads. Mainstream explanations call these shamanic depictions of trance states, but alternative researchers argue they could represent beings in advanced suits, technology interpreted through the lens of early humans who lacked the vocabulary to describe it. Some of these figures even appear to be surrounded by auras or craft-like shapes that bear a resemblance to spacecraft. Europe, too, offers puzzling cave imagery. In the caves of Val Camonica in Italy, carvings dated thousands of years old depict humanoid figures with helmets, antenna-like protrusions, and rays of light radiating from their heads. Traditional archaeologists call them sun gods or ritual figures, but to proponents of the ancient astronaut theory, they look suspiciously like beings in spacesuits. The recurring radiant beings motif suggests that ancient people might have encountered entities who appeared luminous or carried advanced technology that emitted light. But cave art is only part of the mystery. Strange acoustic properties, subterranean lights, and unexplained energies reported in caves worldwide fuel speculation that they were not merely shelters, but chosen sites for contact. Some theorists propose that caves, shielded from cosmic radiation and external interference, could serve as ideal locations for interdimensional or extraterrestrial communication. The natural geology might even enhance energy fields, creating windows through which beings could appear or communicate. Legends from various cultures also feed into this interpretation. Many myths describe gods or sky people who retreated into the earth, often through cave systems. The Hopi people of North America, for instance, believe their ancestors emerged from underground, guided by the ant people, beings who are sometimes described as insectoid, but in other versions as tall, pale, and luminous. Could these stories be garbled memories of encounters with extraterrestrials who either lived beneath the earth or used subterranean locations as bases? Modern UFO researchers often point out the intriguing connection between caves and recent sightings. In regions with high levels of UFO activity, such as New Mexico and Brazil, caves and underground caverns often feature in local lore. Witnesses sometimes report strange lights disappearing into mountainsides or emerging from cave mouths. This has led some to theorize that extraterrestrials could use subterranean systems as hidden bases, shielded from human detection. Critics argue that all of this is overinterpretation, reading modern UFO culture back into ancient art and myth. They maintain that early humans had no contact with extraterrestrials and that the beings in cave art are symbolic representations of gods, spirits, or hallucinations. Yet even when framed as hallucinations, the cross-cultural consistency remains a puzzle. If these were merely products of altered states of consciousness, why do the figures look so similar across continents? And why do so many myths speak of beings who descended from the sky only to retreat into caves and subterranean realms? Some fringe theorists go further, suggesting that extraterrestrials may have genetically influenced humanity, using caves as laboratories or sacred meeting places. They point to myths of humans being created or modified in underground chambers by gods or sky beings. The Sumerians wrote of the Anunnaki, beings from the heavens who came to Earth to shape humanity. While mainstream scholars see this as mythology, alternative researchers propose that similar narratives hidden in cave traditions worldwide could reflect the same phenomenon: intervention by advanced, non-human intelligences. The implications of this theory are staggering. If caves preserve evidence of extraterrestrial encounters, then humanity's history is far more complex than acknowledged. It would suggest that our ancestors were not isolated in their struggles for survival but guided, influenced, or even monitored by visitors from the stars. This could explain sudden leaps in culture, technology, and spirituality that seem to appear without clear evolutionary cause. And yet, the mainstream rejection of this possibility keeps the debate in the shadows. Archaeologists prefer symbolic or psychological interpretations, avoiding any suggestion of alien influence. But each time another strange figure is uncovered in ancient caves, the conversation reignites. Are these simply the creations of human imagination, or the earliest evidence of contact that still echoes in our myths today? What makes the extraterrestrial theory compelling is not just the art, but the patterns, the beings described as descending from the sky, their connection to caves, their role as teachers or guardians, and their striking resemblance to modern reports of alien beings. Whether coincidence, archetype, or hidden truth, the possibility cannot be easily dismissed. In the end, caves may be more than shelters or sacred sites. They may be archives of encounters, moments when humanity came face to face with the unknown. And if those beings were extraterrestrial, then caves are not just windows into our past but into a cosmic story still unfolding. As we reach the end of this journey into the depths of caves, the question lingers: what do these strange beings, markings, and anomalies truly mean for our understanding of human history? Were caves merely shelters for survival, or were they gateways into realms of mystery? Thresholds where the human story touched something far greater, stranger, and older than we can currently comprehend? The evidence we've explored, from ancient art to inexplicable phenomena, from skeletal remains to enduring myths, points to one unavoidable conclusion: caves hold secrets that could reshape everything we think we know about our past. Humanity has long been taught that progress follows a straight, predictable line. We emerged from the shadows of prehistory, developed tools, formed civilizations, and slowly advanced toward the modern world. But the markings and stories buried within caves complicate this. Narrative. They suggest interruptions, moments when knowledge arrived suddenly, when beings not quite human interacted with our ancestors, when myths and reality blurred. What if history is not a smooth line but a fractured timeline, with episodes of lost contact, forgotten civilizations, and forbidden truths buried in stone? Think of the cave paintings in France, Spain, and Australia. To the mainstream archaeologist, they are ritualistic art or shamanic expressions. But to the alternative eye, they are records, testimonies of encounters too extraordinary to dismiss. If even a fraction of these depictions represent beings outside of ordinary human experience, then caves are humanity's first archives of the paranormal. They are not just art galleries of survival. They are coded messages from those who lived closer to the edge of mystery than we do now. The skeletal remains of giants, the myths of underworld guardians, the geometric chambers hidden behind sealed walls, all of these point to another troubling possibility: that other species, perhaps even civilizations, once shared this planet with us. Some may have been human-like but physically distinct, taller or stronger, echoing in the legends of Titans and Nephilim. Others may have been something entirely different: interdimensional travelers, extraterrestrial visitors, or manifestations of consciousness itself. Whatever they were, they left their presence imprinted in the places humanity considered most sacred: caves, the wombs of the earth. And what of the lights, the sounds, the strange sensations still reported by explorers today? If caves were only natural formations, why would so many describe intelligent orbs, voices in the darkness, or distortions of time? Science struggles to explain these away, offering fungi, echoes, or disorientation. Yet the phenomena persist, undiminished by rational dismissals. If the cave is a natural gateway, an energetic hotspot where the fabric of reality thins, then perhaps the beings depicted by ancient humans were not hallucinations at all but glimpses into parallel realities bleeding through the cracks. The implications stretch far beyond archaeology. If caves hold proof of contact with otherworldly intelligences, then our understanding of human origins changes overnight. We are not alone, nor have we ever been. We are participants in a larger cosmic story, one that extends beyond Earth and deep into time. The myths of sky beings, serpent gods, underworld guardians, and star visitors may not be separate stories but fragments of one truth. Humanity has always lived at the edge of the unknown, watched, guided, and sometimes tested by beings from elsewhere. This also raises uncomfortable questions. If our ancestors encountered these beings, why did the contact stop, or did it? Have the guardians retreated deeper underground, into realms we no longer dare to enter? Do they still dwell in the uncharted depths of the earth, far beyond the reach of our current exploration? Or have they shifted their presence, moving from caves to skies, explaining the UFO phenomena that continue today? If so, caves may have been the original meeting grounds, the first landing sites where humanity stepped into dialogue with the other. It is possible that caves were chosen precisely because they are liminal spaces, neither fully of the surface world nor fully hidden. They represent the in-between, a symbolic threshold where the human mind opens more easily to altered states. Perhaps beings from elsewhere understood this, using caves as stages for contact, knowing that humans would remember such encounters as sacred. If so, then caves are more than geological formations. They are temples by design, cathedrals of stone where cosmic stories were written in shadow and pigment. The mainstream world will resist these conclusions. Institutions thrive on certainty, and the idea that caves house evidence of forbidden history threatens that certainty. That is why explanations often sound strained. Giants are reduced to misidentified bones, glowing lights to fungi, hybrid beings to hallucinations. Yet dismissals cannot erase the patterns. Myths across cultures repeat the same themes. Images carved thousands of miles apart resemble one another, and the anomalies remain unsolved. At some point, coincidence becomes insufficient. At some point, we must ask, are we ignoring the obvious because it frightens us? Perhaps the greatest implication of all is philosophical. If caves show that humanity was never alone, then the isolation we feel in the modern age is an illusion. We are part of a larger network of intelligences, some earthly, some cosmic, and some beyond definition. Our ancestors may have understood this more deeply than we do now. They approached caves with reverence, leaving offerings, art, and myth. They remembered the guardians and the visitors. They warned us through stories. These places are thresholds, and those who cross them must do so with respect. And here we stand, in an age of technology and skepticism, looking back at their warnings with a mixture of disbelief and fascination. Yet the caves remain, silent and waiting. The paintings still stare at us with alien eyes. The sealed chambers remain unopened. The myths still whisper of beings who watch the gateways of the earth. If we have the courage to look beyond conventional explanations, we may discover that our ancestors left us not just art, but a message. Humanity's story is older, stranger, and far more cosmic than we dare to imagine. So what does all of this mean for human history? It means the timeline we are taught is incomplete. It means our species may have had encounters, influences, and perhaps even collaborations with beings from beyond. It means that myths are not childish stories but encrypted records of reality. It means that caves, those dark and silent chambers, may hold the key to unlocking humanity's true origins and destiny. The conclusion is both exhilarating and unsettling. If the beings our ancestors encountered were real, whether extraterrestrial, interdimensional, or remnants of forgotten civilizations, then the boundaries of human history are shattered. We are not the sole architects of our story. We are co-authors in a narrative that spans the stars and the hidden worlds beneath our feet. And as long as the caves remain, untouched and unexplored in their deepest chambers, the possibility endures that the guardians still watch, the visitors still return, and the truth still waits. Perhaps one day, when science and open-minded curiosity finally meet, we will rediscover what our ancestors already knew, that the caves of this planet are not just shelters of stone, but living archives of cosmic contact. Until then, the darkness remains, calling us to enter, to explore, and to confront the forbidden history etched in rock and shadow. And in that darkness, we may finally find who, or what, left those markings.